Welcome to tutorial for God Hand on hard mode. And this game is really brutal until you learn how to crowd control. You know, on normal, it wasn't too bad for me because I beat it years ago. So, you know, returning to it, I was able to get through normal pretty quickly. But you have to beat normal to unlock the hard mode, which you'll want to do anyway because you want to have at least a basic understanding of the controls. So I'm not going to detail the controls too much, mainly just the moves that I use. But yeah, when I first tried this, I wasn't able to fight more than one enemy at a time years ago. And I had to actually lure them out individually, which was insanely tedious and difficult. And I had to fight them like one at a time and then retreat until they went back to their original position and then lure out the next guy. And it was pretty much, you know, if I would have tried to do that for the whole game, I would have never beat it. So this time around, you know, I knew I had to learn how to actually fight multiple enemies at once. So yeah, I'll try to break down how I manage multiple enemies at once. I mean, obviously a lot of it is just getting familiar with the game. You definitely want to use the radar in the top right because it shows those little dots and those are the enemies on screen. So you can get an idea of where they're positioned around your character. You know, since you're in the middle of the radar, the characters around the edge, you can see if guys are surrounding you. Definitely want to use that. My playstyle ended up being different than what I saw in a lot of videos. I saw a lot of people like to use the right analog stick. If you hit it up, you'll do a bobbing and weaving kind of dodge, where you stand in place and you kind of just move your upper torso around to dodge things. And you'll be invincible as long as you're doing it, unless an enemy attacks you with a low attack. And there may be enemies that can grab you to get through that too, but definitely low attacks will hit you if you're doing that. So it's not as safe. What I like to do is I like to use the flick the right analog stick back and use the back flip, which is also invincible when you do the back. Anytime you do the back flip, you have invincibility frames. So I use that to get distance away from the enemies, and then I try to group them together. And I'll usually close the distance with a running jump kick. So I use the back flip to get away from enemies. I let them kind of group together, and then I'll come in with a flying jump kick. It's a strategy I use a lot throughout the entire game. Now, by this point, I'm sure you probably know about guard breaks and the basics of combat. You know, if you beat normal, you have to beat normal to have this mode unlocked. So, you know, I don't think I really need to cover all the basic controls. I mean, that video would take over an hour to get in depth with the combat on this game. There's so many different moves and ways to mix things together with launches and, you know, a lot of mechanics to the game that I didn't even use because I really only used what was effective for me. I didn't get super deep with the combat, so that's why I'm mainly just going to talk about what I used. The appearance of these demons is very random. Sometimes you may get one, sometimes you might get like two of them. They come out of regular enemies, but you never know when they're going to appear. So there may be a few scripted appearances of them, but for the most part, they will come out randomly. And in some areas, I can really determine if you beat a section or not on that attempt, because that can really fuck you up if you don't have a full God Hand meter or some roulettes. My basic strategy when it comes to dealing with them is that I try not to use my God Hand at all until they appear. When they appear, I usually always use it. It makes them a lot easier to deal with, and I just save it up for them. And I had a lot of success dealing with them that way. You know, you can fight them regularly, but they are some of the hardest enemies to deal with. So, you know, things can definitely go bad. You can kind of use this narrow stairway here to kind of group these guys together a little bit, so that at least they're kind of, you know, they're both ahead of you, and you don't have guys getting on your side too much. But they will still, you know, they can still get around you. But you can utilize things like that in the environment. It's also extremely useful to grab boxes because you're going to break them anyway to see if there's items in them. So it's useful to grab the boxes and throw them at as many enemies as you can. I mean, you don't have to go crazy with it if you're confident in the section. You can just take the guys without it, but you can really knock their health down by throwing boxes at them. Like I said, when I first played hard mode, I was horrible at this mode, and I used to just throw boxes at the enemies to lure them out and damage them. And I would go around and just lure each enemy out individually, which was insanely tedious and long. And I did eventually make it to the two gays, the Mr. Silver and Mr. Gold fight, which is the first boss you face. I eventually made it to that, but I did not have the skills to deal with them, and I also didn't know that I needed to pick up the dragon kick to even have a decent chance at beating them. So I'm going to explain how to get the dragon kick, and I'm going to say definitely get the dragon kick, because if you don't get that, you're probably going to have a hell of a time later on. So I highly recommend taking a little extra time to get the dragon kick. It's very easy to miss, but you just have to get this medicine for a civilian and you'll get it. So here I'm just running around and collecting, some of the boxes, things like that. You can take your time with that because the enemies don't tend to rush you until you engage them. And even then you can run away if you want and come back later and they'll be waiting for you, but they won't chase you that far. So these are things that you can exploit with the AI and use to your advantage to take a more patient approach if you're having trouble. Obviously, though, you will eventually run out of resources. There's only so many boxes that have items in them. And it's important to note that pretty much I think everything that's in boxes and vases that you break, all the items you get are completely random. So I had times when I did better, and a lot of the reason that I did better was because I had better item drops, basically. So, keep that in mind. If you have better item drops, then you're going to have a better time. Sometimes you may even want to, there's parts that are really hard. You may want to bring really good items to the next encounter at times in this game to plan ahead a little bit. And if you're trying to do that, then this guide will help you do that because you'll see what's coming up next. But if you want to do that, then you may even want to commit suicide until you have a good amount of extra items for the next area. If you drained all your items on an easier area, you may not want to accept that as a valid run. You may want to reload your save or commit suicide and do it over. You don't always have to be that anal about it, but there's going to be times when you're going to make it a lot easier on yourself because the next encounter is going to be so difficult. And luckily most boss fights do have a decent amount of items and boxes and shit that you can throw at the boss and you have a chance of getting some good item refills like roulette refill, God meter refill. And I'm going to assume you know what these things are because luckily I don't have to explain everything because if you beat normal, you already have a basic understanding of the game. So I don't think I need to go into every button. But triangle, square, and X are going to be your three buttons where you can map various attacks and combos to them, which, in the menus, I'm sure you've seen this by now. And what I like to do is I don't like to have any attacks that take long to pull off. I pretty much put all basic jabs in my square hits. I use square for my punches, and I pretty much use all basic attacks. So I want fast attacks. They don't have to do a lot of damage. I basically just want to have fast attacks. And the guard breaker, I'll do that manually because you can set that to one of your to part of the combo. Like you can have it as the guard break attack happens in like the third hit of the combo, but that's very unreliable. So what I do is I just do it manually. Obviously, you use the guard break whenever the guy's blocking, and that's gonna allow you to break his guard and get in those extra hits. Which, if you get in enough hits on an enemy, you can get them in a stagger state and then hit circle to do a suplex or some type of stagger state move. So you do want to stagger enemies as much as possible when you can. And there's going to be a lot of strategies. There's going to be ways to exploit most of the bosses once you get two moves. And that's going to be, I think it's called Yes Ma'am Thank You or something. Or Yes Ma'am Kablam, I think is the name of it. That's one of the moves. And then there's Chain Yanker. So I believe I show how to get both of those moves. But you want those two moves for sure. Because a lot of the strategies that I'm going to be using are going to be heavily using that method of using those two moves heavily. Which I'll explain when I start doing it. I can't do it until later. This first stage, by the way, took me around 13 hours. So very, very difficult fucking stage. The hardest stage in the game for me. For some reason, it took me 6 hours to beat Elvis, the main boss of the level. But, and by stage, I mean this whole first stage, not the sections, but when it says stage clear up to that point. Basically, up to the point that this video covers is what took me 13 hours to beat on this difficulty. So, it's a lot harder than it looks, that's for sure. That's why I put it in the Brutal Games playlist, which I only reserve for very specific games. And this game definitely qualified. I had over 999 deaths, and I believe it took around 34 and a half hours to beat. So, very difficult mode. It's only, as you can see, it's only a 4.5 hour game. So, near 35 hours is a long time. So yeah, now I mean, like when you get the hammer, you want to, obviously use it. It's good to save for harder enemies because the hammer does a lot of damage. You can also, of course, throw it to do a lot of damage, but it wastes the hammer, as far as I remember. So, La Bamba is a good early move that does a lot of crowd damage. If you can get everybody grouped together and you're having, a difficult fight, you can use it to clear out, and then finish off, when you have a bunch of thugs surrounding you. It's a good move. You also want to save. You want to save item drops because they don't disappear, and you probably know this already. But you want to save them as much as possible, and not if you get a roulette card that gives you like 3 or 2 roulette orbs, you don't want to use that when you only need 1 to refill. You know what I mean? Waste the other one first, and then get it so that you can get maximum use out of your roulettes. Same with God Hand. If you have a God Hand meter that's half full, you may want to fill it up by fighting enemies first instead of getting the God Hand meter pickup. That way you get another extra God Hand afterwards. You can either use that to bring into the next area, or if you need it, you can use it in that that stage. But you can make your own decisions about that. But you want to try to really conserve item drops. See, I get it now because I didn't end up needing it, and this area is pretty much done. So that's why I went back and picked it up. So just keep things like that in mind. And obviously you get checkpoints in each new area. And some areas actually have checkpoints in the middle of the area as well. So, there is that. But see, this took around 21 minutes apparently, just that little section on hard. So I'm sure I died a decent number of times. Though I did much, much better this time around. Maybe because I came right off of normal and I don't know, for whatever reason, I was able to manage the crowds much better this time. I might have gotten better overall at, just adapting in general to these kind of games. But yeah, this part, I mean, it's not especially bad. This one purple guy is the hardest guy of the bunch. He can be aggressive. But you're going to use similar strategies with, throwing out your punches and using guard breaks as soon as the enemies block. Once you get used to timing it, you see I still wasn't super good at it. But I get better as I get farther in the game because the game forces me to improve. And you also have more abilities at your disposal, more health and things like that. So even though the enemy arrangements become much more longer and difficult later on, a lot of times it was easier for me because I had so much more to work with and I was more familiar with the game. So you will see better playing as I get farther. So yeah. See, Exploding Barrel does huge damage. So utilize the throws. I mean, because you can pretty much just throw shit at this guy and pretty much kill him almost off of that. If you want to throw all the barrels and shit at him, you could do that. And he won't really have much health left, so you can always save him for this guy. So yeah, and using these things like pummel and suplex, these stun finishers where you hit circle, by using these you also build up your God Hand meter a decent amount. So they are useful to use. So there's another exploit that I'm going to show here, but it's not going to be useful until way later in the game. But you'll get a taste for what it is. It's very simple, and I'll make sure to explain it again because I don't expect people to watch the full video. People are probably going to be checking in sections for help on specific areas. Most people are not going to watch a full tutorial. This is really just my successful playthrough, and now I'm doing commentary over it about 2 years later. So there's a lot of stuff I don't remember. I had to take some notes to try to remember some things, and there's going to be things that I miss because it's not fresh in my mind anymore. But, it's better to do it now than to wait another 5 years before I add commentary to it. So I also have the full playthrough in a single video. I posted that up as well. So if you just want to, hear the sounds of the game and not my voice, check that. But I found that putting in game sound with my voice just doesn't come out well, and it drowns out the voice. So That's why I usually just isolate it and just do voice only for tutorials. So yeah, here you're going to be dealing with more of the similar type of guys that we've been dealing with. And, you know, I guess it would be helpful if there was more that I could really say. I think the main thing I learned, really, that helped me, because, I mean, before I could have never gotten this far fighting guys all at once. So, I know there's probably a lot more that I should be saying about it, but I feel like the main thing that really helped me was the technique of, you know, using backflips to get away from enemies quickly and waiting until they group together and then running in with jump kicks and trying to attack them at once and then retreating again. You know, because if you can crowd them together and hit multiple enemies at once, that also works very well. Now here I ended up using some stuff because I had a refill, so I was able to just waste this shit because I was going to just, you know, be able to refill because the next area is coming up next. So see, I wasted it, but I got my full refill from the card, so that filled my roulettes back up, so I didn't need to save it. So if you get a good drop, then you can be wasteful like that and make things easier on yourself. But yeah, that encounter is not too different. Actually, the thing that I forgot to explain is when I went to that, there was a ferry that it's a trial that you can do. There's no sense in completing those trials, by the way. There's no benefit on hard mode because we're gonna farm money another way, so you don't need to do those. Those only give you money. So yeah, so basically, whenever you talk to that ferry, it's like a ferry in the middle of the arena in that last area. Whenever you talk to a ferry, you create a checkpoint, which is an insane way to exploit this game. Because what you could do is you could kill a few enemies, go back to the ferry and talk to it, and you just created another save point. Which means if you die, you're going to start there again, probably with full life. And you're gonna have whatever enemies you defeated are going to be permanently dead. So, you know, use that information as you like, but that makes later areas hugely manageable. I mean, it's just a matter of time, basically, on some of the really hard areas later on. It's not something you can use in all the big encounters, but when it shows up, you're going to be thankful that you have the ability to do that. And I will explain that again. So yeah, a lot of people that I see, most players will use the up dodge on the right analog stick to kind of bob around. But I don't like it because I end up getting tripped or some other bullshit happens. I might get grabbed or something. So I don't like using it. I almost never use it unless I'm stuck in a corner with like 3 guys and I can't get out of the corner. You know, I can't backflip out of a corner. Then I'll use it. Also, if you hit R1, I believe it is, either L1 or R1, it will make you do a 180-degree quick turn, which is extremely useful for getting out of situations and you know, attacking guys directly behind you, which you're going to be using the radar to see when guys are behind you. Now, I mess up these a lot. All you have to do is jiggle the left analog stick left and right. But I think when I was using the Xbox One Elite controller, you know, the analogs are a little different, and I found it a lot harder to get out of those. I think once I switched to a regular PS2 controller, I actually started playing a lot better. I was using an Xbox One Elite controller on the emulator, so I found the analogs were harder to grip, and I couldn't do things as quickly. I still like the PS2 controller better than that controller as far as performance for me. Being able, you know, because my thumbs, the analog sticks on the Elite are a little bit too high for my thumbs, so I'm mostly playing with the edges of the analog sticks, which is not good. Now, I shouldn't have thrown that in the doorway. Don't do that. You see, I almost killed myself by doing that shit. You know, I could have just lured the guy out, waited. I was being impatient. I could have waited for him to come out of the door, or maybe walked in the doorway a little farther. But yeah, more of these standard enemies. Once you've fought a few of these, you know, it's a matter of just, you know, hitting them and guard breaking them when they block, and then rolling back when they hit. After a while, you'll get used to it, but just remember that it's, you know, it may take you hours to learn how to crowd control efficiently, but once you learn that skill, that's going to be what gets you through the entire game. So it's not a waste of time if you die a lot on the first stage, or even the first. You know, you may die a shitload on that first area of the game, because I did originally when I originally tried this years ago. But that was because I did not know how to fight multiple enemies at once, and I was too stubborn to try to fight them at once. I was just trying cheap shit like throwing boxes at them and running away to try to isolate them. So just commit to the fact that you're going to have to learn how to deal with multiple enemies at once. Don't shy away from that. Now for this part, you're going to see I'm chasing this guy, and throwing shit at him did not work. But I'm going to be chasing this guy for a while. It is a pain in the ass, but this is something that you really have to do if you want to have a good chance against the two gays that are coming up, the Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver boss fight. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult. Probably the hardest part in the game without the dragon kick. So, if you do want to deal with that, you don't have to get the dragon kick, but I recommend getting it. So, here's a fairy. Now, by talking to this fairy, you will get a checkpoint, as I said. So, if you want to get a checkpoint, you can. I probably wouldn't do it here, though, because in case that the guy with the medicine escaped and then you made a checkpoint, you might not be able to get the dragon kick. I don't know if he does escape at any point. I think he'll just keep running around forever until you catch him. But it is very possible to just ignore him and not chase him and just leave the area. You don't want to do that. He shows up as a yellow blip with a circle around him, a circle radiating from him. See it on the upper right mini-map? That's what you're trying to chase after. So I recommend ignoring all the enemies and just keep chasing him until you're able to pin him down and kill him. Because like I said, you really want that medicine. You're going to bring it to that guy laying on the floor right there. But, see, this is the guy you got to catch. See, he's very sneaky, very quick. But I recommend just keep trying until you get him. You may not even have to kill all the enemies to get to the next area. You may be able to just leave. But a lot of times, you know, in this game, I believe you can just run through an area and just go to the exit door and just leave and not even fight the enemies. There's times when you can do that. But if you want to do that, you can try to do that, but at least make sure you deal with this guy and get the medicine and give it back to the guy on the floor. See, now I got the medicine. He got mixed up in a fight with all these guys too, so I take care of these guys while I'm at it. But now that I got the medicine, you know, I'm pretty much good with this area. So, yeah, so now you just give them the medicine. And by doing this, you're going to get the dragon kick, like I said, which is, it's mostly important early on in the game, but the main use for a while is going to be on that one fight, is where it's going to really, really save your ass. So I died here, but I left it in because there's a checkpoint here. And I think this is the same area where I just got the medicine from the guy, but I think what I was doing was farming items to bring into the next area. I think that's why I'm running around here. I think I already have the dragon kick, if I remember right. So I think I'm just checking, you know, checking for items. And yeah, don't worry about money. There's a technique later to get money. Picking up fruit while you have full life will give you some money as well. So you can get a little bit of money doing that if you want it. But yeah, I think here I was just scavenging for some supplies. Health you don't really need to worry about, because when you get to the next area, I think if you die in the next area, you'll get a full health refill anyway. So you don't really have to farm health if you're going to run into the next area. But you may want to grab stuff like God Hand, roulettes, things for the next area. So you get that roulette there. So now I got everything I need, I think. And I think now I may just leave. So you don't even have to fight any of these enemies, I think. I think you can just leave the area. But yeah, just make sure you get the dragon kick. You don't have to deal with those guys if you don't want, but just get the dragon kick and then leave if you want. Gather whatever supplies you need. Like I said, it is very important a lot of times to try to grab as many supplies as you can, or not use a lot of stuff so that you have shit for the next areas. So now here is the fight against Mr. Gold and Silver. This is possibly the hardest part of the game if you don't have the dragon kick. You're going to be dealing with enemies 2 at a time, which is not too new, but they can still really drain your health fast. They may even be more aggressive in this area, because they seem a lot harder. But I have a technique that I use on the Mr. Gold and Silver fight that using the dragon kick is extremely useful. And as I said, like, you get different item drops from the boxes every time. It's random. So you may have a better run sometimes just because you got really good item drops. It can make all the difference. I mean, you still have to be able to play this part well regardless, but if you're already decent at this part, you know, and you get good item drops, it can give you that extra edge. You see, I already got some good drops with that King Crown card that gives you like a pretty much a full refill of the roulettes. So that's a good start. You know, use the boxes too to drain enemy health. You know, you can fight them a lot less directly by throwing boxes at them. And at the same time, you're also breaking the boxes to see what items are in there, so you have the items ready if you need them. See, and I got a full God Hand bar refill. That's a very good drop. So here I use it on the fat guy because he can be a pain in the ass with his torpedoes and various moves. So I did use it on him. I think it's more of a problem when dealing with two of them because I think they'll torpedo you off screen while you're fighting one of them. And so even one of them can be very dangerous. So you really don't want to fight two of them at the same time if you can avoid it. See, that's a very dangerous move that he does to cover the distance. I think I was contemplating, you know, getting the God Hand, but I really didn't want to use it on this guy. So, you know, you really want to save it for when you need it. Now, this area, every time you die on this area, you do have to fight all these enemies again, and then the bosses. So it always starts you before all the enemies. So that's what makes this part especially difficult. So I think these are the last enemies, but it's tough because it's two of those difficult purple guys at once. So obviously, jiggling the analog when you get grabbed will counter it. Now is a good point to use the God Hand and get rid of at least one of them. And if you can, it's great to be able to hit both of them at the same time. Well, you know, try to direct it so you're hitting the other guy too. See, I got a lot of damage in by doing that. So if you can do that, do it. Luckily, see, I got good drops. I got a strawberry from that guy, which gave me back my health. So I'm in good shape. So yeah, you're going to fight these guys as normal. You want to be careful with being too aggressive with them. You know, it's good to backflip back and then come back in when you have an opening and guard break them. You don't want to get caught in their combo flurry because it really fucking destroys you if you get hit by any of that. You'll get stuck in the combo and you'll be fucked pretty much. So yeah, now is the boss fight. So my trick here is using the dragon kick that we got in the last area. I use it to line them up perfectly. See, watch. And I hit both of them with a dragon kick. A dragon kick is intended to be a single enemy attack. It's not supposed to hit multiple enemies. But I found that if you line them up, you know, behind each other and do it, you can hit them both at once. Now, I wasn't able to perform that again, but I hit, you know, I took most of their life in one hit, as you can see on their health bar. So I try to do that again, but it only takes out one of them. But it's okay because that guy's dead now. And when you're dealing with just one of these guys, they're pretty damn easy. Two of them can be very difficult, though. One is easy enough to manage if you've been fighting, you know, regular enemies up to this point. They're not much harder if you just play them carefully. You know, you guard break them, you attack and retreat like you normally would. I mean, they can be more dangerous than the normal enemies, but not by a huge amount. So once you got one of them, you're good. But another technique that you may see me use is that I use the roulette. The roulette animation. Like when you activate the roulette, it puts everything in slow motion. Sometimes I use that to get spacing on enemies, and then I just cancel out of it. So I may do the roulette even when I don't intend on using a roulette attack, just to slow everything down and get out of an area or line guys up for a certain type of attack. So keep in mind that you can use the roulette to slow everything down and get things lined up. And with that fight, you can keep using the roulette again and again. As long as you don't use the attack, you can use the roulette mode and slow the two bosses down so that you can try to line them up perfectly and hit both with one dragon kick. I recommend trying to do that. Even if you don't do it perfectly, you're going to damage the shit out of at least one of them. But it's really better if you can hit them both with that dragon kick. So that's I recommend trying to do that as much as possible. Because if you do that twice, you win the fight. But, you know, try to at least hit them both with one attack at least once in the fight. So yeah, these guys are very irritating because they're fast and they drop a lot of bombs. They can be annoying. Basically just want to attack and retreat a lot with them. They don't take a lot of hits, but, you know, if you're not paying attention, they can pull some bullshit. As far as getting money, I'm going to explain that a little bit later. I don't show it in the video. I probably should have, but I'll explain it. What I actually recommend doing for money is using save and load states on an emulator. You can save and load in the actual game, but save and load states are way faster on an emulator. And basically saving and loading when you get the results you want in the Chihuahua race. It does take a long time. So you may have to do that for a few hours, but you can eventually amass a ton of money by doing it long enough. You're going to want to have a lot of money, at least enough to buy most of the moves and upgrades that are available. You really don't need all the moves, but you do want to buy all the health upgrades, things like that. So now this is a very hard area with a lot of enemies. There's demons that appear. This can be a very tough area. There's probably a better way to get a checkpoint in this area. I do show how to get a checkpoint. It's in one of the doors. You can activate a checkpoint, but I probably could have skipped all these enemies and went straight for the checkpoint. But maybe I was trying to farm items, or maybe I may have not realized that I could do that. So keep that in mind, that you can create a checkpoint by going in a specific door, which you'll see in a little while. Anytime a door says next area, that's usually going to be the next checkpoint. But this has a door that says next area, but it doesn't take you into a save area. It doesn't take you into like a part where you manually save. After you beat the area, you just come back out into this area again, and it seems to create a checkpoint for this area. So, or actually, what it seems to do, it seemed to reset the all the enemies. So I ended up having to fight a lot of enemies again. So that's why I say I probably could have done something different. You may want to keep an eye on exactly how that works. Maybe you can figure something out that would be more efficient. Like maybe don't fight all these enemies. Just run to that door immediately. And maybe try to grab roulettes or whatever you need before you go in that door. Because that is a very hard encounter in that door. It took me a long time to beat that encounter. It was extremely difficult. One of the harder fights. So, you know, if you can, you would want to go in that door with as much gear as you can have. Roulettes, God Hand, whatever you can bring. I would recommend that. You don't need to, but it's going to make a big difference. There's a lot of throwable items in this area, so if you're careful enough, you can get a lot of the enemy's health down by throwing shit at them, you know. You're going to break all the boxes anyway, probably, so keep that in mind. There is a launch move that you're going to see me using later, but it comes into play with the hand plant kick, because the hand plant kick can launch guys up in the air, and then you hit triangle, and you'll do a spinning kick that launches the guy super far away, and if enemies are in the way, you can launch enemies into each other. It's extremely useful crowd control technique. But we're not gonna really get that until later. I mean, if you had a launch move that launched the guy straight in the air, you could probably start doing it, you know, now with your current move set. I think there may be an uppercut that does that. But I never, you know, those are moves that I never learned early on, so there's not really much that I can say about that. But I mean, there is really in-depth combat guides online if you really want to get even deeper with the combat. But mostly what I'm going to be showing is, you know, a lot of stuff that's not that complicated. It's just it's difficult to execute, but it's not difficult to understand. So you can have pretty basic understanding of a lot of the moves and stuff, and be able to pull this shit off. Because I didn't make things overly complicated. I was just trying to beat the game. So for me, this is what ended up working fine. So yeah, if you want, you can bring these vases up and just throw them at the enemies. Get a little extra damage. In this area, you can't leave until you collect 3 crosses. It shows in the bottom right how many of the crosses you have. Certain enemies drop the cross. So with that in mind, you can maybe try to figure out how you can exploit this level and leave early, if that's what you want to do. I used the dragon kick to vaporize that motherfucker, because, I mean, those guys are a pain in the ass, and I didn't have a god hand, so I just wanted to get rid of them. When I don't have a god hand, I find those guys really difficult to deal with. But you can also waste a roulette. Now, if you go in this thing that says next area, you will end up in a whole other area, and it's like a different checkpoint. So, like I said, it's a little weird to try to map out what to do in this area. But I think as long as you get 3 crosses, you can probably leave. You might want to check a speed run and see how people get through this area super fast. Because you may be able to just, like, kill the guys with the crosses and just run out of the area and leave. Looking back, I don't even know if I had to go in that part that says next area, but I may have, because I think there might be a cross in there that you need to get. But, there's probably a way to do this a lot faster, so if you're interested in getting through this area even quicker, maybe check a speedrun video. Because I think I could have gotten out of here faster. Because after I go in this next area, it kind of resets everything, and all the enemies respawn again in the other area, so. Now, this is one of the hardest encounters, like I said, but I had a decent amount of supplies. So I start off with the La Bamba, and when there's 3 guys in a small area like this, it's extremely difficult. These guys are really fast, it seems, so I got them mostly dead with that one attack since they were grouped close together, so that was a good way to take those out. And I'm not sure if that was the best choice of an attack, but yeah, actually that was good. I guess I knew those guys were coming in, because that hit everybody, so. Again, that wiped out most of their health on those 3 guys, so you can take them out faster. So you already got 6 guys down if you're fortunate enough to have all these roulettes. That's why I recommend having them before you go in here if possible. Try to grab the shit. So now I had a god hand, so I immediately used that on the demon. If not, if you don't have a lot of good shit, you're going to maybe rely on having like really good item drops. And it's going to be a lot harder, so. Eventually you may get good item drops if you die enough times, but that's one of the reasons why this encounter can be extremely difficult, because you have very little health at this point, you die very fast, and you really don't have a lot of great moves to use. Later you'll have much more useful crowd control techniques. Especially the hand plant kick. But you also have ways to get God Hand meter up a lot faster with that yes, kabam, thank you ma'am, or whatever the fuck it's called. I forgot exactly what it's called, but once you get that, you can extract God Hand from stunned enemies. It's extremely useful. You can pretty much farm God Hand from when there's only one enemy left. And I'm going to show that later. But we don't have that move yet. I find that this barrel roll move, where you like roll in the air and then drop down and launch everybody, is very useful on these guys, because they tend to run right into where you're at. So if you keep doing it, eventually there's a good chance that they'll just run right into it and get launched and take massive damage. So while I don't find that move to be useful in hard mode almost ever, because enemies are usually too fast, for these guys in this part I find it a very useful move. So use the barrel roll if you have it. It can make this part a lot more manageable, I found. Of course, use your jump kick launches. Also, the way the game works, if you land a jump kick right after an enemy does a move, I believe you get counter damage, and that's when the enemy gets launched back from the jump kick. As you notice, if you keep doing jump kicks on guys, sometimes they don't get launched, and sometimes they do. I believe it's because you landed it at a vulnerable point, like right after they did an attack. This game is really detailed with the combat, and you can counter moves by timing things perfectly. I don't know if I even really knew about that when I was playing, but I learned about some of that stuff later. But if you can land the jump kicks at the right time, you can launch the guys back and do a lot more damage, it seems. So now we have 3 of these extremely difficult regular enemies. So I used the dragon kick here. I think I was able to fuck up that one guy, maybe kill him. But unfortunately, I didn't line up multiple guys like with the Mr. Gold and Silver fight, which would have been, made it much easier. But I did have a God Hand, so, I saved it for this, because these guys are very, very hard. This is probably the hardest part of the fight with these 3 guys. So, if you can, try to save your resources best you can. For this fight, I didn't have any problem with wasting all my resources, like all my roulettes, anything I had. Because this is extremely hard encounter. So for this, this I allowed myself to use everything I could get. Sometimes an encounter will be so difficult you just want to get through it, so you'll be willing to have less shit in the next area. But I think all the boxes and shit respawn after this fight. So do the enemies, though. So you can grab a bunch of shit again, I believe. Try to refill your roulettes and your God hand meter and shit. But yeah, now that we're just down to one guy, it's pretty standard. But getting it down to this point and getting to the last guy is very tough. It's a very tight area as well, and you can get stuck on certain things. So this is one of the harder encounters. So, I mean, don't be too stressed out if you die on this for hours, because this could take hours to beat. It's a very difficult encounter. This is one of those games that I would say just keep working on it and invest the time, invest the hours you need to learn crowd control techniques. And basically what I've been explaining here should work for anyone, as far as backflipping and then closing a distance with jump kicks. Running, retreating. I play aggressively, but also very evasively. Like I will create distance between me and the enemies, but then I immediately run back in with jump kicks, and then I start my combos again. Then I retreat again, come back in with jump kicks, start my combos again, guard breaks, etc. And later on, I'll be adding launches to the mix. When I get the hand plant kick, I can launch guys very easily. So I'll explain that later. Yeah, so here, see, all the guys respawned again. And I have one cross. I think maybe why I'm still fighting guys is because I still need to get more of those crosses. But, I really suggest watching a speed run if you want to know how this section works, because I didn't really understand it too well. I'm not sure if certain enemies drop the crosses or if it's random. The only thing I know is you cannot exit this area until you have 3 crosses. So use that information. You can also make checkpoints by going in that really hard encounter door. But like I said, you probably don't want to go in there unless you have full stuff. You want to have as many roulettes and God hand as you can have. So try to grab as much of that shit as you can and save it for that door. Once you beat that door and get that out of the way, the rest of the level is not that hard if you play it carefully. And you're going to see at the end of this section, I just run out through the door and just leave and ignore a bunch of enemies. Because all I needed to do was get the 3rd cross, and then you can leave. So keep these things in mind. Hammers are always nice, so utilize that. As far as the demons, they mostly appear randomly. I think there may be a few scripted demons that always appear in the same enemy, but a lot of this demon shit is random. I don't know if any of them were scripted in this particular area, because it's been a long-ass time. But like I said, I'm going by memory, and I did a little bit of research to try to remember some shit, but there's going to be things that I'm just not going to remember, because when it was fresh in my head, I could have broken things down a little bit better. But I think I'm going to be able to explain most of what I'm doing. So yeah, I didn't end up getting a cross in there, so maybe that might be... Or maybe I left to go get more shit. I probably left to go get more health and things like that. That's why I say take your time, retreat if you need to, so you can reset the position of the enemy. See, because now he's going to go back in the door. And since he's back in the door, I can now throw this vase at him and do some vase damage. So it's not a lot of damage, but this shit helps when you're having trouble with a guy. Throw some vases at him. Even if you have to carry them a while, you can just carry them throughout the level and until you kill the guy. Also, I did it, but I mean, you may not have noticed, but see that statue of Elvis, the boss Elvis, he's holding a magazine with skulls on it? If you hit that enough times, it drops a book. And that book will give you a full God hand refill. I think I do it again here. Yeah, I do it for a second time here, so you'll see. So you get a full God hand refill. So, get that when you need it. But it's not a pickup that you can go back and get later. So only do it when you need a refill. If you're almost full, then just use what you have and finish off some of the enemies. Again, I don't think you have to kill everybody here. You just have to get the crosses. So that's why I say a speedrun video for this section would probably be useful to look over. I always do a lot of research, even when I'm playing these games. I check videos. Game Facts is great for different techniques, move lists, all that shit. But I think my tutorial is unique in that I don't use what a lot of other people were using. Most people don't use the back roll, the back flip like I do. I use it to play very aggressively. I'm evasive and aggressive at the same time, you know, because I back flip, but then I immediately close the distance with jump kicks. So it looks like I'm trying to get away, but then I immediately go back, you know. Because the reason I do that is because I don't like doing that bobbing and weaving shit where you stand in place by hitting the right analog stick up. Because like I said, you get hit by low attacks. You won't get hit by any high attacks, but you'll get hit by low attacks, probably grabs. Certain other attacks will hit you. So not really worth it to me. I mean, if you're good with predicting, you know, the low attacks, then you can do it very skillfully, but it's going to take a lot more practice to master that. So it's up to you if you want to get good with that, but I recommend just doing it this way unless you're trying to do some flashy shit. So yeah, I think this fat guy has the cross. You need the third one. But I don't know if the same guys always have them, like I said. It may be fixed, but I don't know. So I use the God Hand to take this guy out. And see, now the cross is on the ground. So I use this to give myself some distance, and then I just grab the cross and leave. See, I grab the cross, and now I just get the fuck out of here. I didn't even grab the health, because I know I could get a health refill. Now, I could have fucked around and hung out there longer and tried to grab more items, but I didn't even bother. I just got the fuck out of there because it was getting kind of crazy in that area. So you see, I grabbed the last one, just got out. Now, for some reason, this fight took me around 6 hours to beat, this one boss fight. And a big part was that I was being super fucking stubborn and trying to farm. I was trying to farm the perfect item drop on this guy, so I didn't have to learn how to fight him, basically. I wanted to try to beat him with mainly like roulettes and God Hand, which is being really fucking lazy. But I just did that for like 6 hours. And on top of that, I didn't really mind because I was getting a shit ton of money. See, my money says 333,000. I got all that money from dying on this fight and grabbing the coin each time I died, because your money stays with you even when you die and continue. So I was getting a shit ton of money. I mean, it's not a fast way to get money, but I didn't really care too much because like I actually, that money carried me through a lot of the game to buy moves and shit. So I didn't have to do as much gambling as I would have had to. I don't recommend getting money that way. It's probably a pretty fucking slow way to do it. But I was kind of just like, you know, in a relaxed, somewhat zone, just fucking around for 6 hours. But anyway, the way to fight this guy is you're going to want to roll back when he jumps up in the air. Say like that. Because then he'll stomp down and you do massive damage. So be ready to roll back. You have to be pretty twitchy to predict that. Break his guard whenever he blocks. And basically just combo him and break his guard. He's really not that fucking hard. I should have fought him normally early. Obviously, you have to also dodge that charging punch he does. You want to roll back from that as well. But this really shouldn't have taken me 6 hours. But I was just being really fucking stubborn. Like I honestly didn't even try to learn how to fight the guy. I didn't even bother trying to fight him normally for like many hours. So that was my fault. So as long as you actually try to fight him, he's really not that hard. You got to be aggressive with the back rolls and dodging everything, and be ready to guard break him and combo him. You know, use everything you have. Use the roulettes. Use the dragon kick is going to do the most damage. So hopefully you still have that, because that does massive damage on him. And you know, try to charge up that God Hand. Get the stagger, which will increase your God Hand. And let me know if you have any questions, and stay tuned for the rest. Welcome to part 2 of my tutorial for God Hand on hard. And one thing I forgot to mention in the last video was make sure you get that yes ma'am kablam move. It's in the Elvis boss fight. So while you're fighting the first boss, you know, make sure you get it before you kill him. You know, normally it would probably be something you would do instinctually, but if for some reason you forget to do it, you're kind of fucked, because for all my boss strategies, most of my boss strategies moving forward, it uses 2 moves, the chain yanker and yes ma'am kablam, to heavily exploit the bosses. So if you don't get that, it's probably almost worth, you know, restarting the entire first level again, which you really don't want to do because it's probably the hardest level in the game. I did add it to the description of the part 1 of the tutorial, so hopefully you don't miss that. There's also going to be areas in this second stage that you can skip completely, and you don't have to fight any of the enemies. You can just run out and go to the next area. Keep an eye out for those if I fail to mention one. It's basically areas where you don't have to get the keys are areas where you can just run through. You may even want to check a speed run to see exactly what areas you can skip. Now, you may want to, sometimes you may want to fight and kill enemies to get item drops, or you may at least want to destroy all the boxes in the area to get item drops, because you want to bring full roulette and full God Hand to the next area whenever you can. It's always useful to do that. So that's always a consideration. But I will try to explain the areas that you can skip completely and mention the amount of keys you need before you can leave an area. Generally, it seems like the harder enemies are the ones that carry the keys. But I'm not sure if there's some random element to that. I think it's fixed. But yeah, starting out, you're going to be fighting a lot of the regular enemies we've been dealing with, but now you're going to have fireballs coming at you, so that can, it can make things a little harder, but sometimes they help you out, I think, by hitting the enemies. You can also try to kick enemies into the fire, and it seems to do a little bit of damage. It can be useful to get them stuck in the fire. It seems to damage them a lot, but I didn't find it hugely useful. For this first part, I liked grouping all these enemies together because these whip bitches with the whips, they are very, very difficult to deal with. They have ranged attack and very fast, and they can be very hard to deal with, especially if you have multiple of them. So, as you can see, my life was very low, so I used that and I used the God Hand to clear out all this shit. So I'd recommend, killing the first few enemies normally, but when you get to this staircase area with the fire, save it up and group all these enemies together. Use what you have and get that first key. And actually, that's the second key. I think the first key was with those regular enemies in the beginning. And I think that might be all the keys you even need for this area. You might be able to leave now. So keep that in mind that you may only need 2 keys for this area. If I'm wrong, I'll correct it, but we'll see in a moment. I did just watch this video over and did a little research to try to remember everything because it has been 2 years. But yeah, once you get the 2 keys, yeah, you can leave this first area. So you don't have to fight those extra enemies. You can if you want to farm items or whatever, but you don't have to do it. These next areas are not extremely hard to where you really need full God Hand and roulettes and all that shit. So you don't have to worry too much about that early on. So yeah, I like to eliminate the whip women first usually out of these groups because they're extremely irritating. They have long range attacks and they're very fast. And this is just your typical asshole that we've been dealing with. Yeah, whenever you see those whip women, though, throw shit at them. Just try to take them out first. You can do a lot of damage by throwing boxes at people, especially if the box hits during a vulnerable animation. It counts as a counter move, and it does very high damage. Also, they'll get down on their knees, and you can, if you hit circle fast enough, can just spank them and get that God meter up and heavily damage them. So, I think you have to react really fast to get the spank, though. If you don't do it, then I think they'll get up because they're trying to bait you to attack them, and then they will sometimes hit you before you get a chance. But it's easy enough. Getting one of them alone is not difficult, but when you have multiple of those women with whips and other enemies, generally in this game on hard mode, whenever you get more than 2 enemies at the same time, it can get potentially very dangerous. So crowd control really is essential for this mode. It can be deceptive, but that is a ground move that you can use to do a lot of damage if you just have one enemy to deal with. I think it's a very simple move to pull off. I don't remember exactly how it's done, though. Because I haven't played this in 2 years, so not every move I do is going to be clear to me. But there's very in-depth move lists, on GameFAQs that you can check to get all the moves. It does help to know as many moves as you can just to try different things and experiment, because your playstyle may be very different than mine. A lot of people play very differently, so as I said, I like the backflip a lot. And then I like to close the distance with jump kicks and get back in combo and then retreat back with backflips. But I don't really see anybody else doing that. So you may find a style you like better. You can also sidestep, but sidestepping tends to work better in specific scenarios. Basically, with your right analog stick, you probably know this if you beat normal, but the right analog stick will allow you to do 3 different types of dodges. You have your sidestep, which you can do by hitting left or right on the right analog. If you hit up, you'll do a bobbing and weaving in place type of dodge. That gives you invincibility frames as long as you're doing it, but does not protect you from low attacks and other certain types of attacks like grabs. Now, most grabs you can get out of by jiggling the left analog stick if you're fast enough. And of course, if you hit down on the right analog stick, you have your backflips to get away. So I normally mainly use the backflip. I might use a sidestep for very specific scenarios. Very rarely. And the up dodge for, very, very specific scenarios. If I get cornered or, and can't backflip, or certain types of enemies like the doors you have to fight. So for this part, I believe you only need 3 keys and then you can exit. So if you know what enemies to target, I think it's the larger enemies that have the keys. Like that guy with the club, and there's other similar looking enemies. I think those are the ones that usually have the keys. So if you know what enemies to target, you could probably take them out first and grab all 3 keys. Once you have all 3 keys, you can go to where it said next area and leave the stage. Keep in mind, I didn't know the fastest way to beat these levels or exactly when I could leave. I don't think I really did much research into it when doing my hard run. Otherwise, I would have used those speedrun techniques, to skip areas. Because I was just trying to beat the game, and there's no sense fighting enemies for no reason, really. I mean, there's better ways to get items a lot of times. Of course, you need to kill the guys with the keys, though, because you need the keys to exit. But once you get all 3 keys, you can just go to the exit door and skip the remaining enemies. You can see I barely beat this section. I was on almost no life for a very long time. But yeah, once you get that, just run past whoever's left. And soon, a little bit later on, we're going to get the chain yanker, which is going to be the final piece of the puzzle for exploiting the bosses. You want that and the Yes Ma'am Kablam, I think it's called, that you get during the Elvis boss fight. So, as I said, hopefully you grab that treasure chest in the Elvis boss fight, because you'll get it there. Since all my footage was basically just showing, the combat and gameplay, I didn't show menus, and I didn't show collecting a lot of the items. So when I did the voiceover on the first tutorial, I didn't remember where I got that Yes Ma'am Kablam, especially since it was 2 years ago. So I've been doing a little research and trying to make these videos, trying to break the details down, even though it's been a while. I don't know why the game auto-targeted that pillar in the middle when I threw that torch, but for this area, I think you may have to defeat most of the enemies, because you get cutscenes, I think, based on how many enemies you kill, unless it's timer-based, but I think it's probably based on killing the enemies. I'm not 100% sure on that. If you really want to know how to progress the levels faster and skip shit, check over a speedrun for each level. And that'll give you, because the speedrun is only an hour for the whole game, so you can easily just check the level you're on and just, watch it for 10 minutes or whatever, and you'll be able to see what areas you can skip. So that you may find that useful if you don't want to do extra combat. Because for just beating the game, it's not like you get experience points for fighting guys. So, and money you can get in between the levels. You can go to the gambling casino area and just keep loading and saving on the Chihuahua race and get a shit ton of money. So, farming enemies for money is not the way to do it. There's also attacks like when you get knocked down and you get up, you can get up with an attack, which you saw me do. I think it's very simple to do those moves, but I don't remember like all the little moves and stuff like that. So shit like that is what you're going to want to look into. You should definitely be checking a move list anyway if you're going to be doing hard. I mean, I'd have to make a whole video just talking about moves to really cover that. I kind of figured it out as I went along, and I would check guides for moves, but that was a while ago. Now there is a fairy, see right there. It's floating in the middle of the arena. It's has an orange flame around it. It's a little fairy. At any time, you can create a checkpoint by going into that arena and committing suicide on the. You don't have to do the arena fights. Don't bother. You don't get anything worthwhile. You'll get some money, but you really don't need it. So, unless you're trying to complete all the challenges or whatever, don't worry about it. Just go in. If you kill a few enemies, go and commit suicide. You can get a checkpoint, but I don't think you need to do that here because I think this area is completely skippable. What I mean is you can run to that back door immediately and just exit the stage and not fight any enemies. So that's when I say, there are areas that you can completely skip. Now, what you may want to do is you may want to just run and just destroy all the boxes at least to make sure you got all the items. If you didn't get any items that if you didn't get the kind of item drops that you wanted, you can commit suicide, redo this area, and see what kind of item drops you get next time. You can just keep doing that until you get the item drops you want. And if you do it long enough, you'll have full roulettes most likely and full God Hand meter if that's what you want to do. You don't really need it right away because the next areas are not particularly difficult, but it never hurts to have it filled up. But yeah, this was all completely unnecessary combat. But see, there's a lot of shit I didn't know when playing through this. I should have actually checked the speed run before I did some of these areas just so I could have skipped through, but this was just my hard playthrough and I'm just doing commentary over it. It wasn't designed to be a tutorial, but there is a lot of information that I found a lot of, easier methods to deal with shit. So there's a lot of things I can break down. But yeah, I mean, when you play, don't bother fighting all these guys unless you want to. If I were to play through it again on hard, I probably would have just skipped all optional encounters and just, stuck to the basics. That's usually what I do. I usually don't play shit that has no purpose. I'll pretty much skip anything I can normally. If I am fighting enemies, it's probably one, because I don't know what I can skip at that time. Or two, I'm trying to farm items for some reason. But I don't know if that was the case here. I think I probably just didn't know I could leave. But again, it was a while ago, so I can't remember where my mind was at the time. But yeah, so you can just do that the whole time. You don't have to fight any of those guys. Make sure that you did go to the shop at some point and upgraded your health and your God Hand meter and roulettes and all that shit to the maximum available. You can't do max upgrades early in the game, but you can always upgrade to the max that's available at that time. So make sure you buy those juice items. It tells you what they do. So just make sure you buy all that shit. And there may be some moves that you want to buy and experiment with, but like I said, I found a lot of the more complex moves were just overkill, and I really didn't need them. I keep a basic combo layout of just like quick attacks for my square hits with the square button. For this part, I think you do need to kill these two assholes with the knives to get the key. So these guys can be a pain in the ass. You want to destroy the pillars first, so they obviously can't stay up there and throw shit at you. So, get them down first, and then just beat the shit out of them. But you want to be aggressive with them because they have some very dangerous attacks. I don't recommend using any of your God meter or roulettes on this part. I recommend just dying before you use anything, because you don't want to be wasteful in this mode. And this part is really not that difficult, so you'll get it eventually. I believe you have to kill both of these guys before the key appears, but again, a speedrunner would be more familiar with exactly what you need to do to progress. But I do believe that's the case. Yeah, so once you get that one key, you can then leave. So if you happen to get it early, you can just run out, but I don't think that'll happen. In the other areas, I think you can get the keys early if you target the larger enemies first. I think those are always the ones with the keys, but again, I'm not certain about that, so That's why I really recommend checking out a speed run if you really, really want to, if you really don't want to do any unnecessary combat, then just glance over a speed run for 5 or 10 minutes to see the area you're on. So yeah, you get explosive barrel here if you want to use it on these guys. The goal here is basically going to be to destroy this machine boss. So whenever you get a chance, you want to land shots on the arms. Now, if you're unlucky, demons will appear like this. I don't know if the demon is scripted and always appears or if it was just bad luck. Sometimes they, will or won't appear. It can be random, but I think certain ones always come out. But I'm not sure if that's the case with this one. But the main idea is going to be, you can probably ignore most of these basic enemies and just focus on the machine if possible, but they will be all over your ass. So you may want to kill them just to get them off your ass. So you can decide not to do that, but that divine attack is a good area of effect attack early on. So it's good to group them together and do that if you're having some trouble. Don't worry about wasting your various items here because this is a pretty hard fight, so I wouldn't worry about it. You'll be able to get more shit later on. But yeah, you mainly want to focus on taking the 2 arms off of the boss. And then there's a door you can destroy to get a key, I believe. But I don't know if you can get that key early while the boss is still alive. I don't think you can just bypass the boss fight. I kind of doubt the game would let you do that. So I'm guessing you probably have to. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that. But yeah, try to kill these 2 arms. Clear out the enemies that are causing you a problem, obviously. There's a lot of enemies that come up in this area. Don't pick up items you don't need, obviously, unless you have room to store the roulettes or whatever. You don't want to, pick up something that, gives you 2 or 3 roulettes, and when you have a full meter, obviously, or you're only missing 1. You want to make sure you get use out of all your roulettes. God hand. There's a lot of barrels and shit that you can throw at enemies, so that can thin things out a little bit. But yeah, if you can get some of that God hand on the claw, it really does a lot of damage to it. And if you do die a lot, sometimes it just makes a big difference depending on what pickups you get, in this area. Bosses usually have a lot of barrels and shit, luckily, and eventually you can get really good pickups if you die enough. It's random each time, so sometimes you can get really good shit. So there's always some hope if you're having trouble that you'll get better pickups. It makes it kind of addictive to keep trying because, next time you may get some really good shit, and it might give you that little bit of an edge you need to beat it the next time. You can also go up here and you can fight the boss up here as well. The claws will attack you up here and you can counter them. Which sometimes you may find it easier to do that. Because, if the enemies aren't up there, you may be able to get some hits in before the enemies appear. So you may want to switch up and down different areas. If the enemies are causing a problem and you don't want to clear them out right away, then you can try doing that. I believe I take out both claws first before I go for the door that you have to attack. I'm not sure why exactly I did it in that order, but it might be because you have to destroy this boss anyway. It really takes a lot of damage from the melee weapons. So if you grab these lampposts and also the God Hand, obviously. It's probably better not to use the God Hand on it unless there's enemies around you and it happens to be down. God Hand is always better to use most of the time when you have an enemy surrounding you so you can hit multiple enemies at once. You get more use out of, more damage overall. Unless you're fighting a hard boss or something. Luckily now you can extract God Hand from bosses with these 2 moves. Well, you don't have the Chain Yanker yet, but you'll see. I'll show you exactly where to get that. And as I said, you get that Yes Ma'am Kablam at the end of the previous level on the Elvis fight in the chest. It didn't show up in my video because I only show my successful attempts. And by the time I beat the Elvis fight, I had already gotten it and died. And you get to keep stuff when you die. So when I open the chest again, there would just be a coin in there. So it won't, it's not going to show what I originally got in there. But I did put a note in the in the description of the previous video, so hopefully players will catch that. So yeah, now I believe you can't exit here until you get the key. So in order to get the key, you have to go up. There's a door that you have to fight. And maybe the first time that shows up in this game at this point. There's probably some wandering around as I wasn't probably sure exactly what I needed to do, at this point. Doesn't hurt to have a fucking lamppost on you, though, in case you need to smack somebody around. I think I was oblivious to the fact that I had to go up on the second floor. But eventually it does come to me. I'm also kind of anal about picking up, boxes and items and shit like that. Make sure I got everything. So I do a lot of double checking and shit like that. Especially because I'm bad with kind of bad sense of direction. I think it's up here somewhere if I remember right. Ah, yeah, here it is. I don't think smacking this with the lamppost is going to work out too well, but maybe it did. Okay, so yeah, if you want, you can just throw the lamppost at it and break it instantly. Oh, yeah, I guess I was being extra careful. Made sure I had another lamppost on me. I guess I figured there was going to be more enemies inside that door. As usual, there usually is enemies inside every door, so... Yeah, it doesn't hurt to take your time and make sure you have shit on you, like, grab another fucking... There's tons of those lampposts. So yeah, throwing them does massive damage, but sort of slapping them around. I think I was fucking around with the enemy, so running off. A lot of times, if you switch from especially with ladders, if there's ladders in an area, you can climb up and down constantly, and the enemies will be busy climbing up the ladders, and you can get extra hits on them and pull a lot of bullshit, which you'll see me do later. For some reason, I decided to use a roulette on this guy. Maybe I didn't want to fuck around because, the boss was not too easy. Or I may have died on this guy before, possibly, but for whatever reason, I decided to use my roulettes. I think that guy is not an easy enemy, so you may want to. I don't think there's really anything that hard after this, immediately after this fight, so if you do waste it, you won't be in huge trouble. If you waste all your shit on this fight. I think now I just went up to double check. But yeah, once you have the key, you can leave this area. I definitely should have edited this shit down. But, feel free to skip ahead, obviously. But yeah, now I finally go out to the next area. So now here's where you get the chain yanker, which is extremely, extremely important if you're going to follow my strategies for the bosses. Because that's really where it's going to be heavily used. But it's also useful on, hard enemy encounters later on and shit like that, but especially on bosses. So yeah, kill these enemies first. But after you're done with that, you're going to rescue somebody that's hidden under the floor. It's not hard to do, but, you want to make sure you get it. Yeah, if you don't get this move, I don't think there's any chance to ever get it back. Just like the yes ma'am kablam move. So yeah, activate that slightly hidden switch, and now you're going to see some woman getting beaten up. So you're going to have to deal with some of these whip bitches again. So, do whatever you want to deal with them. I recommend taking them out first before any other enemies. There's a regular punk in there too, but the ones with the whips are always the most dangerous to me usually. So take them out first. The jump kicks can hit multiple and stun enemies, so that's useful. Crowd control technique of backflipping back and then coming in with a jump kick is extremely effective in this game. So yeah, once you eliminate these assholes, talk to the woman on the ground. Now, if somehow you fail and she dies, or you fuck this up somehow, make sure you reset, because you want to make sure you rescue her. So either commit suicide or reload the last checkpoint or save. Because, after that you got to talk to her and get the chain yanker. You pretty much, you need this to, if you're going to use my guide, it's pretty much essential. And you'll see exactly how effective it can be with that yes ma'am kablam in a moment, because soon the next boss fight will be coming up. So yeah, I did die here. I guess I either probably forgot to edit that out, or I may have just been showing that I got the move and then died. Just to illustrate that when you get something and die, you still keep it. So that includes money, moves, whatever you pick up and then die, you get to keep it. So, aside from maybe like roulettes or something like that, I don't know if you can gather a bunch of roulettes and commit suicide and keep a full roulette meter, but permanent items, you will keep them when you die. Much like Dark Souls. But now for this area, I think this is another area where I stayed here much longer than I had to. But I think you may need a few keys before you can exit this area, if I remember right. I did just watch this video, but sometimes it's hard to remember, exactly what areas had 3 keys, 2 keys, 1 key, etc. So that's why I say, if you really want to make sure, just check over a speedrun of the level. Some of these enemies can be hard, like these large enemies that usually have clubs. Of course, if you can get the club, you can pull a lot of bullshit with it and do a lot of damage. It's usually these larger, taller enemies with the clubs that have the keys. So, if you wanted to get out of here fast, I would guess that you would have to kill those guys and just grab the keys and ignore the other enemies. If you were in a real rush. But it probably won't save you that much time, because the regular enemies are not that hard. It's mainly the combination. Of course, anytime you get a guy in a stun animation, utilize it to get some extra damage and charge up your god meter. But yeah, you can play very carefully by backflipping, coming back in with the jump kicks and getting some combos, then retreating back. Make sure you use all the barrels and shit like that to get as much damage as you can. It's better if you can have the barrels auto-target to the harder enemies, instead of wasting them on the easier guys. But sometimes it's hard to control exactly where the game auto-targets your throws to. Because pretty much throwing barrels at enemies is all auto-targeted by the game, so you have to kind of manipulate that if you want to hit specific enemies. It can be a little tricky. You'll get an idea of which way your character are, depending on how many enemies are in a group. The enemy closest to you is probably the one that's going to get the barrel thrown at it, but sometimes it's a little finicky. But yeah, guard breaks work really good on these guys and retreating, and if you can get in a lot of hits on them before retreating and guard breaks, then you can get them in that stagger and you'll kill them a lot faster. Which is pretty much one of the main mechanics of the game, is staggering enemies. So yeah, here I have 2 keys. I think that may be all the keys you need to exit the level. But I usually just check to see if there's any shit I missed. So now here you have these 3 freaks you have to beat. Now you're going to see how this method for the first time is useful with Chain Yanker and Yes Ma'am Kablam. I'm going to explain that. And this is the method we're going to be using throughout most of the game on all the boss fights. Most of them anyway. So I will be explaining this probably another 20 times or so anyway. But, you know, it's going to be hard to miss in this tutorial. But this will be soon ending this part 2, showing the full second stage. I'm going to have this divided into 8 parts. Each part is going to show a full stage. I think that's the best way to do it. So yeah, make sure you get all your upgrades. So now for this part, for this first guy, you can minimize fighting him as much as possible. I'm not going to be using Chain Yanker yet on this first guy. I'm not going to waste my roulettes on this asshole. But yeah, initially I got in a bunch of hits and got him into a stun animation and did a ton of damage. So you might be able to rush him and do that initially. Again, this is a little rusty because it's been a long time, but what I mostly damaged this guy with was I just threw all the boxes at him. So I pretty much almost skipped this fight by just running around throwing boxes at him the whole time. So I do recommend doing that because then for the harder guys, we're going to use the roulettes. Now, depending on how much gear you have, you know, roulettes and all that shit will make it either easier or harder starting out. But eventually you'll get really good item drops if you die enough times because the item drops, like I said, are randomized. So eventually you're going to break barrels and get really good shit. So either way, this technique should end up working for you eventually. You may have to improvise in some areas if you don't have enough roulettes, but we're going to be charging up that God Hand meter a bunch of times by using this technique. It's very simple to do once you understand it. It may be a little difficult to explain, but very easy. Now here's the second guy coming out. This is where we're going to start using Chain Yanker and kind of dodge this fight as well. We're not going to be fighting this guy normally much at all either. So what you do is you use your Chain Yanker roulette. It yanks the guy in, and then you use Yes Ma'am Kablam move. You use that while the guy is stunned. You can only use it 2 times. That's all you have time to do. But it'll build up your God Hand meter every time you reach into the guy's chest. So each time you reach into the guy's chest, hit up on the right analog stick to do a dodge real fast. That's going to break the animation and allow you to do a second Yes Ma'am Kablam move and extract with your hand again to get more God meter. And then you're going to dodge out of it again. When you see him doing his little taunt at the end of the meter, you'll learn exactly when you can dodge to do it as fast as possible. But you're only going to be able to get 2 extractions per stun. So I'm going to try to explain that again to make sure that it's clear. But that's going to be a huge technique that's going to be used for most of the bosses in the game. So using that is going to open up the entire game, make it a lot easier. So yeah, use Chain Yanker, yank him in. Now after that, use Yes Ma'am Kablam. When your fist hits his chest, boom, that's extracting the God Hand. Immediately hit up on the right analog stick to dodge, do the up dodge. And that's going to break the animation. Then do Yes Ma'am Kablam immediately again while the enemy is still in that stun animation. And then, after you finish doing that, hit circle and utilize that stun damage that you can do. You know, you always do 2 extractions. This applies for bosses and every enemy in the game. So, because the Chain Yanker always puts the enemy in that stun lock. See, you do that, the enemy is now in stun state. So instead of hitting circle, you do 2 extractions. After each extraction, you hit up on the right analog stick to dodge out of it, break the animation. And you'll get 2 that way, 2 extractions. And yeah, then you immediately hit circle to go into and do that extra damage. And that's going to build up your God meter extreme. Because you're going to get 2 extractions that build up God meter. Then you're going to get you're going to take advantage of that stun animation. And if she goes down on the ground like that, you can immediately do that spanking shit and build up your God meter again. So that's an extra chance to do that. And she was the one that I actually fought directly the most. But you see, I didn't have to even fight her that much. I fought her mostly like a normal enemy, and I used tons of Chain Yankers and extractions. And yeah, it's that easy once you have that down. You're good to go for the rest of the game on all the boss fights. Pretty much, you can use that on pretty much every boss fight. There's only a few where it doesn't work. There may only be like one boss fight where it doesn't work. I mean, pretty much most of that'll get you through a lot of shit. So, if you have any questions about that, just ask me. I'm glad to explain it. It is a little kind complicated to explain, but hopefully that was clear. Yeah, the main thing on the bosses is building that God Hand meter and just beating the shit out of the enemies, which then puts them in a staggered state from hitting them so much with the God Hand. So it's like it all combos together and you end up doing massive damage on bosses. The combination of that whole back and forth pattern of using Chain Yanker, Yes Ma'am Kablam, God Hand, and then repeating it and taking advantage of all the stagger animations with Circle. By doing that, you can give most bosses not even a chance to really attack. So it does simplify things a lot. So if you want, you can use your area attacks here because you already beat the bosses. And this is near the end of the level. So the area attacks work good in this small area when everyone's grouped together because this is a hard combination of enemies to deal with. You can also use the ladders if you want by going up and down the ladders constantly and having enemies jump up to try to get to you and then hitting them with a jump kick or a combo. You can really exploit the ladders, but I didn't really find out about that till later on, I don't think. So yeah, when you fight these doors, this is one of the rare incidents where I recommend using the up dodge when the thing closes because it's a lot better than backflipping. You'll get more consistent damage and beat the door quicker. You can use the backflips if you're more comfortable with that, but the up dodge I found is easy to time. It gives you a lot of invincibility. You can keep doing up dodge. You don't just have to hit it once. You just keep doing it and you'll keep bobbing around. You'll be completely invincible to upper attacks. So you can utilize that very easily. The door is very easy. The doors can be hard if there's other enemies around, so you really want to clear out the enemies. I find it a lot easier to deal with the door that way. Once you open the door, you hit the switch and you open the other door, which lets you exit out of this area. And then we do have one more boss fight, but it's not especially difficult. Elvis shows up again. But, as usual, you do have a lot of item drops, so eventually you'll get good items out of the barrels. Of course, if you wanted to, you could have saved up your stuff and not used those area of attack and saved up your roulettes and all that shit for this fight. It's always smart to do that if you're not having too much trouble with an area. It's better to just do it the hard way and save more shit. But either way, we now have the Chain Yanker and the Yes Ma'am Kablam combo, which is going to, like I said, it's going to destroy all bosses pretty much. So as long as you get a few roulettes, you're going to be getting your God Hand, and you'll be able to pull a lot of bullshit with that. So it should just be a matter of time. Of course, you want to deal with these enemies. Get rid of the regular enemies, because Elvis will retreat until you kill the regular enemies. These guys can be tricky, but it's still pretty much the same standard techniques we've been using. So yeah, see, and they can give good drops. I got multiple roulette refill right there, so that's really good. Because once you have a few roulettes that you can use, you can just keep using that Chain Yanker, Yes Ma'am Kablam combo and with God Hand and just destroy everything. So yeah, if you have your God Hand meter full by now, then just use it on them. Get some good damage in, and then use that stun animation to hit circle and do some extra damage if you can get that in. But once you've exhausted that, you can fight them a little bit normally if you want, and then you can retreat and start using the Chain Yankers. It's good to fight them a little bit normally to do some extra damage, but once your life is starting to get low, don't be afraid to start using the Chain Yankers and shit. So yeah, same thing. Reach into his chest twice with the Yes Ma'am Kablam. Make sure you cancel the animation with up dodge on the right analog stick after each chest grab. Now use Chain Yanker again. Do the same shit again. And God Hand meters are ready to use. And now you can continue with this pummel to fill it up even more and do a little extra damage. Because that way you get the maximum out of the stun animation, you get the maximum amount of God Hand, and you get the maximum amount of damage because you use the stun just about as the stun lock is about to end. You grab them with circle and do the stun stun damage. So that's why this whole cycle will keep you alive. And it's going to be rinse and repeat for most of the boss fights. And then, soon my God meter will be, full again from doing this again. And then that'll be pretty much it for this fight. Now we can use God Hand to finish him off. So hopefully you get a feel for this technique, and if not, you'll be seeing this a lot throughout the entire tutorial. So definitely get used to doing this. If you have any questions, let me know, and thanks for watching. Welcome to part 3 of my tutorial for God Hand, and this is going to cover stage 3. And I heavily edited down the main boss fight of this level, Shannon, because it took me probably 10 minutes or longer to beat her with a very tedious method I used. So I'm going to edit that down, and I'm just going to explain what I did. And if you want to watch the full version of that boss fight, you can always check my full playthrough of hard mode, which I have posted up all in a single video, or I have it posted up in about 42 parts when I originally did it, which is a lot to sort through. So I would recommend going with the full video and scanning through that if you want to see that. But there's really not much to see. You'll see the method. I leave it on long enough to see the general idea so you can see what I'm doing. I don't really recommend using that method unless you're really having trouble with the boss and you have some patience, because it'll take very long to do. It is very safe, but it's a very tedious method. See, when I first beat this game, I was just trying to beat it by any legit means possible. So I wasn't trying to create a tutorial or demonstrate anything. I was just trying to beat the game. So I was just stubborn with not bothering to really learn how to fight her on hard. On normal, it was easy enough, but on hard, she could be quite difficult. So instead of learning how to really deal with her moves, I just kind of did some exploitative shit that I figured out. But yeah, I'll explain that later. Unfortunately, I won't really be able to explain a faster and better method of beating her, but it should be a method that anyone can pull off with enough patience. So yeah, to start off, we're going to be dealing with a lot of typical similar type of enemies that we've been dealing with in the previous 2 stages. So if you've gotten this far, then you're going to be accustomed to dealing with this kind of shit. There's going to be quite a bit of enemies to deal with in certain parts, but it's really not going to be anything too different than what we've been dealing with so far. So there's not going to be a ton to really explain in terms of strategy. The main thing is going to be, knowing which areas you can kind of skip through and avoid enemies in certain parts. And unfortunately, since this wasn't a speed run, I don't have all that mapped out as far as like everything that can be skipped. So I won't be able to really show, everything that's going to be skippable. I did try to watch over some speedrun footage to get an idea, but sometimes it's hard to remember, all the parts that were skipped in the speedruns. But I always recommend checking a speedrun, because it's only about 5 or 10 minutes for each whole level, and you watch over the speedrun and you'll be able to see exactly what you can skip. So keep that in mind if you want to save some effort and time, and you're just looking to beat the game, then just do that, because there's no real sense in defeating enemies you don't have to beat, because you can get money through the gambling between stages. So you don't really need to farm enemies unless you're really trying to get items off of them. But it's rare they drop good items. So yeah, here I'm just clearing out these enemies. I use a area of effect attack to clear out the group. This is a checkpoint, I believe. I believe when you see the doors open, you get the checkpoint. And that pretty much applies to whenever that happens in this whole stage. And in the game in general, a lot of times when you see a cinematic with doors opening, it's usually a checkpoint. So if you die, you'll probably get to start here. So I mean, at least that it's divided up into checkpoints, it's not as difficult as it could be. So for this part, I kind of recklessly just ran through all these traps and got to the end of the stage and just started fighting enemies in that area. You can also knock enemies into the traps for a lot of damage if you want to do that. which may be a decent technique. I always like having these umbrellas on hand because if you smack a guy with it or throw it, you do a lot of initial damage. I don't like the fat enemies too much as they can be very irritating. They bullet at you from across the screen, so that was a priority target that I wanted to work on first. That's a big part of the crowd control in this game as well as, targeting the most dangerous enemies first, the ones that give you the most trouble. Now, the whip woman would be another one that I would target first as well, but since I didn't engage her, I was able to take out the fat guy first. But if she comes out and starts fighting, then you may want to take her out even before the fat guy, because the whip is very annoying. It just depends what enemy you think's going to give you more trouble. For these tall guys, it's better to just deal with them alone because they're kind of tricky and they're kind of tedious to fight. You have to dodge them a lot and counter. And they can take a lot of hits. They're a lot harder than most of the regular enemies. The fat guys and the whip bitches are more annoying, though, because they have faster moves and they can cover a lot more distance a lot faster. So for these tall guys, you can kind of keep your distance and, stay away from them. But the fat enemy and the whip are kind of tricky with distance attacks. So I could have had an opportunity to knock him into that spike. That moving spike, but now he's almost dead. You have to kill that enemy, at least that enemy. He may be the one to target. If you just want to get through the level, you might be able to run to the end and just target him. And then get the key and just leave, because you need one key to exit that area, and he has the key. I don't know if the same enemies always have the key, but I'm guessing they probably do. This is one of the more amusing fights. Some of the cutscenes I watched again because they were pretty fucking funny. But that's one thing about this game. It doesn't take shit seriously. I like that. It's got that Japanese humor. So, for this guy, he's pretty simple. I mean, I use my God Hand. I saved up the God Hand. I recommend saving it up from the previous area if you can, because then you can use it on him immediately, obviously, and do a ton of damage right at the start of the fight, which I would recommend saving it for that, but it's not necessary. We have this chain yanker, and we're going to use this yes ma'am kablam combo to extract God Hand, which I explained many times in the previous video. That's going to be the technique for most bosses. Now, I was only able to do that once because I only had one roulette, but this guy's not too hard to fight toe-to-toe as long as you dodge his slamming attacks by rolling back. You can pretty much go up to him and punch him and guard break him as you do the normal enemies, and he's pretty easy to fight. You do have to dodge his attacks, but see, I already had another God Hand ready, so I was able to get that in. You get in a good rhythm with getting God Hands and, extracting it from the enemy with that yes ma'am kablam move, which is essential for these boss fights. Maybe not so much this one. I mean, this would be pretty easy either way, I think, but if you press X, you can avoid that. Sometimes the button prompt may change to a different button. I'm not sure, but it's it's not too hard to avoid. I just fucked up, but either way, I beat it with no life left, so it was good enough. You of course can't skip the bosses, so yeah, that's a boss. You have to fight him to get the key. So yeah, as usual, I recommend always using the barrels or boxes to throw at the enemies initially to try to thin their health out as much as possible. You have a rocket launcher here you can use. I mean, you could ideally save it up for the hardest enemies if you wanted to be more efficient with it. I just used it. I didn't really give a shit, but I mean, I probably could have used it on a harder enemy. But if you hit multiple enemies with it, it's at least useful. And then you can whip the enemy with it. You have some invincibility frames while grabbing shit, but not when you finish grabbing. So I got it knocked out. See, that fucking bouncing clown has quite a range, so that's why that clown would be a priority in this situation with the mix of enemies available. He also likes to retreat. They can be irritating enemies. Luckily, no demons have appeared yet in this level, but depending on luck, you may get a demon appearance, which can be very hard to deal with. A lot of times I use my roulettes and shit to deal with them. And of course you get a checkpoint whenever you enter a new area, but there may be, I think there's another checkpoint here when the doors open again, like usual. So after you clear out these guys, the doors should open. I believe you have to kill all these guys for the doors to open. So I don't think there's any way to rush through this area and skip anything. But soon the next wave of enemies will appear through a door, and that'll activate the checkpoint. Getting cornered is always dangerous on this mode. So yeah, since that was probably the harder of the enemies available, I threw the umbrella at him to get a little initial damage. You might be able to do more damage by whipping him with the umbrella, but it's such a slow attack. The umbrella is hard to use on hard mode because the enemies are so fast on this mode. So you can attempt to do that though if you want. But it wasn't so hard that I needed to get maximum damage with the umbrella. I wasn't too worried about it. But it's always good to try to isolate and single out enemies and have, if you can have one chase you, that's even better. You can test out the distances in this large arena by, running all the way back and retreating and seeing who chases you. A lot of times you'll get like only one guy to chase you or something like that, and that makes it way fucking easier. So there's crowd control and crowd manipulation techniques like that to manipulate the AI. Always hugely useful. I mean, that's pretty much the whole game on hard mode is crowd control and crowd manipulation. So yeah, normally I don't know if this woman has a whip. I don't see it on her, but I think she's just like a regular thug. But so now you got the next little, wave of enemies, and when that door opens, the next checkpoint is activated. And there's also a door here that you have to fight. One of those fighting doors that you have to fight and break. I believe you can skip this whole area by attacking that door. So if I wanted, I could have used my God Hand on that door. I think I also have to hit this lever, though, too. Right, see, the lever activates the door that you have to fight. So now if I wanted to, I could leave this entire area and not try to get these boxes or deal with these enemies. But I'm kind of obsessed with opening boxes. Doesn't really make any sense, though, because I had full roulettes and full God Hand. There really wasn't anything I was going to gain out of those boxes. I didn't need money. So, it was a little sloppy. So, so now I'm able to go to the door, and I may actually waste my God Hand on the door just to get it over with and get through the next area, which is kind of recommended that you might want to do that. You might want to save up your God Hand, because if you beat that door, then you can skip a bunch of enemies, which means that you don't have to waste resources fighting all the enemies. So I would say you might want to use your God Hand on that door. I mean, that's what I ended up doing. I'm not sure exactly where the checkpoints are. See, the umbrella wasn't working too well, so I think I gave up on that. And I was being surrounded, so I said, fuck it, let me just target the door. So I used my God Hand here, and then I just punched the shit out of the door. And of course, you're invincible during God Hand use, so you can just focus on the door, and you have more than enough God Hand to take care of the door. So now you're in the next area. Now, I don't know if this is a checkpoint. I can't confirm that. It may or may not be. But I'm not going to say for sure. But I know that by skipping into this area, there was a lot of enemies in the other area that I don't believe came back out through that doorway, so I didn't have to fight them. Unfortunately, there is some hard battles in this area. For me, anyway, I had to deal with a demon that came out of one of the enemies. I think it's a random thing, like I said, with most enemies when the demons come out. But some of them, I believe, are scripted and always come out of the same enemy. So I can't say which is the case in this scenario, because this was like 2 years ago that I beat this. But I probably wouldn't even fucking remember if it was if I had just beaten it. I'm not really good at remembering certain things. Especially if I beat something one time on my first attempt, I'm not gonna know what happens had I failed. But yeah, so now you got this demon coming out, and these guys are aggressive as fuck, obviously, as you can see. So I start off by trying to utilize all my resources, which now is the umbrellas. So I'm trying to grab them and throw them at the demon to get a nice head start. But it ends up being very dangerous, and I do end up almost dying from trying to do that. By using R1, you can do that 180-degree turn really fast and try to throw at them, but it is still very dangerous. But I got in 2, hard hits from throwing the umbrella, so now I have a good starting point. I'm still trying to save up my roulettes a little bit, so I'm not wasting it immediately. But when my life gets down to the bare minimum, then I will start using, various things. Now, if the next area was extremely hard, I'd probably reset the entire encounter and do it over because I wouldn't want to waste. I'd want to go into the next area with as much gear as possible, But here I am still trying to hold out. I think I used it on that one regular enemy because, he was kind of in the way. And I think I was hoping for some area of effect damage, which I may have. I'm not sure if I hit the demon in area of effect. But here I pull off a counter. If you press the circle button at the right time, you'll get a counter. But I don't know exactly how that works. I rarely ever did that. It's very useful if you can set that up, though. There's a lot of depth to this game. A lot of things I still didn't understand even when I beat it. There's really a lot to the moves and juggles and all counters and all kinds of shit. Very, very detailed game. Once that guy's dead, I think you can exit this area. I don't think you actually need a key. It's odd because usually you would need a key to go through a door. Here I think you just have to beat the demon. And I think I can ignore the last guy. But as you notice, when I went through and broke this door, I didn't have to fight all the rest of the enemies. They all stayed behind. So I recommend taking that door down as quickly as possible. And the only way you're really going to be able to do that somewhat easily is if you just use the God hand on the door. I mean, if you don't, then it's going to be hard to dodge all the enemies while you're fighting the door. I mean, you might be able to do it, but it's going to be it's probably going to be not worth trying to do. So yeah, this part. Now this is a boss that's kind of unique. This is 5 enemies at once. And for this, we're not going to be using the Chain Yanker Yes Ma'am Kablam combo. What we're going to be using is Typhoon Kicks a lot because that's a great area of effect attack. Now, if you don't have that or whatever, for whatever reason, use another area of effect attack. But Typhoon Kicks seemed to be the most powerful one that I had. And it only uses 1 roulette. So if you can group these guys tightly together and use a Typhoon Kick, you can strip all their health massively. So I recommend trying to group them and then use it. Now remember, using the roulettes, you can use it to slow down time, and you don't have to. You can always cancel out of a roulette. So if you have the roulette set up, you can have everything in slow motion and cancel out until you get just the right positioning. I explained that in the first video with the Mr. Silver and Mr. Gold fight. It's very useful for this as well. So yeah, trying to group them and use those Typhoon Kicks is huge. And eventually, if you don't get in here with a good amount of roulettes, you can easily get good pickups if you die enough times from the barrels. You can also throw the barrels at the enemies for extra damage. There's a lot of options here. So I found it to be pretty easy. More of a fun fight, especially for hard mode. When you fight them again later, it's a very similar fight. It may even be easier because you have more shit. But yeah, use the barrels, throw them at the enemy, especially if you only have 1 left. Strip the health down a little bit and grab whatever you can. And try to save some stuff. If you don't need to use it, then don't use it. Because you're always going to want to have more shit available for later parts, especially Shannon. Shannon boss is extremely difficult, so unless you use my method, which is super, super tedious, but it's still going to be risky if you don't have items because you want to at least get her health down below half health before you do my technique that I use because it takes super fucking long. So if you did that at full health, it might take 30 minutes, so not recommended to use my technique on Shannon with full health, when she has full health. But yeah, this is a pretty easy boss fight. It's more of a fun boss fight, I think. I'm sure it can be hard, depending how you approach it, but if you really group the enemies together, you can do massive damage. And of course, you can use your jump kicks and backflips to retreat, then come back in with a jump kick and nail them. Always take advantage of the stun attacks when you have to press circle to take advantage of the stun animation. And just use what you have. Typhoon Kicks are going to be the main thing to use. Just make sure everybody's grouped together. If you use it on one guy, it's a big waste. But the Chain Yanker and Yes Ma'am Kablam combo, I didn't find to be too useful on that part. So I believe that's why I didn't use it. But you could try using it and build up your God Hand meter. If you do have God Hand, that's another way to really destroy those guys. You can group them together and smash 2 or 3 of them at once while using the God Hand. and you can get them all in stun animations and just beat the shit out of them. You can do a lot of damage with that. So that is another valuable technique you can use. I think I do end up using that on the second time I fight them, but for this part I found the Typhoon kicks mostly and the jump kicks to be very useful. Combo them when available. For this, it's just a quick time event. It's kind of hard to see where the cannonballs come out at, but it's the same thing that you probably do on normal. It's just like you just have to try to match the order that the cannonballs came out of and hit the button icon on each cannon that matches the cannonball that came out. But I wasn't really taking it too seriously or paying a hell of a lot of attention to it, so it did take me kind of lengthy on this sequence. But I don't think you really take too much damage if you get hit. I mean, it's still not worth really fucking around, but you probably get a checkpoint after those midgets, so it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, I did a pretty sloppy job on this shit. But yeah, once this is done, get a little cutscene, and now you can go on the boat. And there's really not anything too difficult to deal with on the boat. And there's a lot of fucking item drops on the boat. So, just take your time here. Try to deal with enemies one at a time, and it's pretty fucking easy. Yeah, as usual, break their guard. And after you do enough damage to the guy, he will drop the club. So, take that. I don't even know where that enemy came from. Oh, that's the same guy. Yeah, he looked a little different. But you do have some bomb fucking midgets that hide in treasure chests and in boxes and shit. So, just be aware of that. But it's not hard. I may have even been able to exit the area after getting that one key. But I'm not sure. But, of course I want to break all the boxes and shit because, you might get something useful. It's usually worth breaking shit. Because I could still have a full God meter or another roulette. Maybe some more health, but, it may be worth trying to get shit. Of course, sometimes you'll pick up a move or something out of the treasure chest that's useful. But I found myself using a very limited amount of moves that I found to be good. The hand plant kick later on is amazing, which I'll explain that more later. It allows you to pretty much dodge all upper attacks and strike the guy and launch him at the same time. And once you launch a guy, you can hit triangle to do a jumping spin kick on him and launch him into the distance, which does tons of damage. And I don't know if it does tons of damage, but it's great for crowd control because you can knock enemies back by knocking enemies into each other. It's when your crowd control, becomes incredibly efficient. So that, the Yes Ma'am, Kablam, and the Chain Yanker are three of my most essential moves. Aside from that, I pretty much use like basic moves in my combos, basic punches and jabs. And I do use a few other attacks, but there's only a few that I really relied on for this mode. I was going for, maximum efficiency, really, not for, whatever worked for me to beat the game. I wasn't trying to do anything flashy. I think the reason I used the God Hand here is because I had a full refill available at the ship that I left at the ship, but then, for whatever reason, I think I forgot to pick up the refill, so, that was sloppy, so I didn't end up having a full God Hand for the next area, but that wasn't a big deal. Unless the area got locked off. It might have got gated off. Maybe that's why I didn't go back. I'm not even sure. It might have been that when I went in there, the gate closed and I couldn't go back. So maybe I didn't forget. But so either way, be wary of that. Look out for that because that might be an issue. It's possible I got locked in there. So now soon is coming up the boss fight that I edited down heavily, and I'm going to explain that. I don't think there's too many enemies to deal with here, if I remember right. I think this is a pretty brief area. I think I may have redone one of these early areas because I got to Shannon with such little supplies. And I wanted to have, as many roulettes as possible, God hand, all that shit. So I may have redid this. You may want to do that too if you find you don't have enough shit when you get to Shannon. You may want to redo one of the previous areas. That's why it's also good in this game to make multiple save slots. I probably should have mentioned that earlier, but it's kind of common sense. It's good to make multiple save slots, so if you want to go back to an encounter, because you can save after each encounter, so each checkpoint basically, except for the checkpoints that are in the levels. But every time you go to a new area, you have a chance to save again, so you can do it in a different slot. So yeah, to begin with, I got here with full items pretty much, except for my God Hand. But to begin with, I used the chain yanker strategy that I've talked about a bunch of times now, which is I use chain yanker to yank the boss in. Then I use yes ma'am kablam twice to extract God Hand from her. And after each yes ma'am kablam, I press up on the right analog to do a dodge cancel to cancel the taunt animation that he does after he does each yes ma'am kablam move. And I explained that a lot better in like the previous video. I think the second video. But yeah, I use that technique, which is something that we're going to use in pretty much almost all the bosses. Most of them. There'll be some other techniques, but that's going to be a big one. So, yeah, so I use that. So by the time I use all my roulettes with chain yanker and the yes ma'am kablams and the stun animations and all that, I have more than half of her health gone. And that's without having to fight her directly at all. So we've avoided any direct conflict so far, and most of her health is gone. So then I follow that up by throwing all the shit in the arena at her. Like I said, this is what you do if you don't know how to fight this boss. If you don't want to learn how to fight her, just be fucking stubborn like I was. It's going to be a lot more tedious and time-consuming, but it's not hard. If you have, as long as you have patience. If you're very impatient, then you may want to actually learn how to fight her. It's up to what you want to do. Like I said, I didn't really care because I knew I was going to beat the game eventually, and that's all I was going for. This wasn't, designed to be a tutorial or anything like that. It was just a playthrough. I was just trying to beat it. But luckily I edited it out because it was probably at least a good 8 or 9 minutes of me doing this technique you're going to see. So I use my God Hand here. Since I picked one up, I just, I waste that on her. And then I have her health down to a decent little fraction, maybe a third or something like that. Or a fourth. It's a decent, her health is down, fairly low. So now what I do is a very simple technique. I'm only going to show it like 2 rounds of it because it's so fucking easy to understand. You don't want to watch me do that for 8 or 9 minutes that it took. So, like I said, I think this whole fight took over 10 minutes, a successful attempt, so it was very long. And it doesn't need to be a long fight. But I didn't really know how to counter some of her moves, and she kept turning me into a dog, which was extremely annoying. So, also, if you go in that middle gate area, it's kind of a waste because you have to fight hard enemies, and you end up using the items that you get on the enemies a lot of times. Unless you do really well, then maybe you can bring more items and fight Shannon. But I preferred not to go in that gate. If you go in a little bit, you can get back out. But if you go to the middle of that arena in there, you'll get trapped in and you have to kill all the enemies. So I recommend not going in there. And I recommend doing this if you're patient. Just run around in a circle and jump kick her. Just like that. And as soon as you land a jump kick, you can run right past her. And I just kept doing that for about 10 minutes straight. Just running around that cage in a circle, landing a jump kick and running past her. And I just kept doing loops. Every time I ran past her, I did a jump kick and kept running. If I missed the jump kick or didn't have a chance to jump kick, I still kept running. I didn't try to risk it by getting sloppy and trying to land one when I didn't think I could land it. And it's actually extremely easy if you do it carefully and patiently. But it's going to take very long. So keep that in mind. If you really don't know how to fight her and you want an easy but long method, you can just run around in circles and jump kick her. Let me know if you have any questions, and stay tuned for the next part. Welcome to part 4 of the tutorial, which is going to show stage 4. Make sure you spend $110,000 in the store between levels and get the hand plant kick. Now, these first 2 areas, you can just run past all the enemies and skip them. We're going to be skipping a lot of enemies in this level, but it still has some very hard sections. So, yeah, skip these 2 sections. No need to fight any of these enemies. Like I said, if you need money, just use the gambling and save and load rapidly and exploit the the dog races, and you can get a ton of money. It just takes time. I recommend using an emulator so you can save and load state. It's a lot faster than saving and loading files on a PS2. So for this next part, we're not going to fight anyone directly. We're just going to use all the boxes and crates to hit all the enemies. At first, it's a protection mission, so just throw your barrels and boxes at the thugs on the top layer that are chasing the woman. So yeah, make sure you spend the $110,000 on the hand plant kick. I believe it's available in the store at this point in the game. As you know, different items and upgrades become available as you progress to certain points in the game. So the hand plant kick, I believe, is now available. I had to look it up because I didn't remember how I got it, but I believe you can purchase it in the store. That's an essential move, and unfortunately, I didn't know how useful it was at this point in the game, and I don't end up really using it much at all in this level. Now, had I known what I could have done with it, I would have been abusing the shit out of it. And you'll probably see me, eventually you'll see me using it as a major means of crowd control, as my main way to control crowds. So all I can do here is just try to explain how to use it, which is pretty simple. So yeah, continue to use your boxes. You don't have to fight any of these enemies. In fact, you can probably just leave this area and run out the door and just exit the area if you don't want to collect anything from the boxes. But I guarantee, I would say make sure you have as much shit as you can get. You know, have all your gear ready. Because you don't want to go into another area without full roulettes and full God Hand if there's more boxes to open up. So yeah, just do that. Make sure you get all the loot. You're going to be able to skip a lot of enemies in this level, so I will show that. When I don't do it, I'll explain areas where I believe you can do it. So yeah, that'll make the level in itself a lot easier. But there are some very difficult parts, but I have some good strategies and way to pace out the areas that I think will help make it a lot more manageable. Now, sometimes when they go on the ground, you can get a free spanking in and do a ton of damage and get your God meter up, but easy enough. You could just skip her. I didn't even need the fighter. I could have just ran out the door and hit circle. But yeah, you want to buy that move as soon as possible. It's actually worth farming to get that move. You can make this level, and the level's coming up way easier by getting that hand plant kick as early as possible. So this is the earliest point I believe that you can get it. So now for this part, instead of fighting these enemies, these bosses one at a time like we did previously, now you have to fight them all at once. So I recommend trying to focus on one at a time when possible. The easiest one is usually the one with the spike hands, I find, by far. But so I would say try to take him out first. But if you're going to fight multiple of them, just try to line them up so that when you're using the God Hand, you're hitting multiple at the same time whenever you can. See, that whip woman is getting caught up in it. And she took a little damage. I didn't get a lot of damage on the other enemies, but if you can, try to group them together when you use God Hand. Aside from that, just run around, throw all the boxes at the enemies. And depending how good your drops are going to make it a lot easier. But use the chain yanker as we've been using. Because chain yanker is going to build up your God Hand meter. So you can just use that. These enemies do move fast, so you don't always have a lot of time to do it. So it can be tricky sometimes to get it out. I think here I just used a typhoon kick because I didn't really have a lot of time. I was kind of cornered. I could have tried to cancel out of it and backflip, but it was getting a little tight. So yeah, just try to wear all these enemies down. It's always better to focus on one at a time to get their health down first. So, the less enemies you have on screen at once, the easier it's going to be. But you do have a checkpoint on the bosses as usual, so you can, try different techniques. And item drops are going to make a huge difference in how, easy or hard it is. I probably wanted to use chain yanker here, but, it was getting close. The guy was about to hit me. So I used wild pitch. It actually did good damage because it pitched him into the other enemy. So it ended up being pretty good. Then I used typhoon kick to finish both of them off. So now I only have the one boss left. So it's not too bad. You can end up with a lot of shit, and it makes, so it's not too difficult. But the enemies can really strip your health fast, so you want to be aggressive with using all your various tools. So here I have no health, so I just finish her off. I probably could have got some free spanking by running up to her while she was crawling, but either way. By this point, I pretty much have most of my God meter charged, so I can pretty much finish her off. But yeah, it's not too hard. It's a little bit of a tricky fight. It may take quite a few attempts, but it's really not that bad because eventually you'll get good item drops. And if you have the chain yanker, yes ma'am, kablam, you can use that to get a lot of God hand attempts and a lot of damage. You just got to be careful when using chain yanker because of all the enemies on screen. It makes it tough to get it out sometimes. So you got to try to space yourself properly and use the roulette to slow everything down so you can see where the enemies are moving. Now for this first part, you can get all the boxes and loot everything. I would recommend running and just looting all the boxes because there's a very easy checkpoint to get. And even if you get there with no health, you'll have full health when you die and revive on the checkpoint. So don't worry about having full health for the next area. So yeah, all you do is activate this switch. Then I recommend running, doing another lap, and lapping back to the ladder again and then climbing it. Because if you try to climb it as soon as you activated the switch, you'll probably get attacked and killed. So as soon as you press circle, you get that animation with the ladder and it skips the enemy. So now you don't have to fight all those enemies. You got to skip all those enemies. Now for this part, your focus is to destroy all these crushers. So focus on that. Use your radar. You see your radar in the upper right. You should have been using that a lot on hard. So use that to see enemies that are coming up behind you. Now, if you can space the enemies properly, you can get them instantly killed by crushing them under the crushers. I don't think I did that one intentionally, but, it's very doable. But just use your radar and make sure enemies are not coming up behind you while you're fighting the crusher. The crushers are very easy to deal with. Just wait for them to crush down and hit them, dodge as needed. The main issue is that sometimes enemies will creep up behind you, but this part is very easy overall. There's going to be a horde of enemies that comes out near the end that you can completely skip as well, so I will show that. So yeah, I think another enemy is on its way, so when that comes, just deal with the enemy first, and then you can fight the crushers again. There's not really a lot of enemies that come after you in this area, so it's not too bad. I'm going under the crushers because I'm trying to lure the enemy into the crusher, if possible. It doesn't end up working out. But, it can be an effective way to get rid of them faster. So yeah, there's only a few crushers left now. And then after that, you just have to switch all the consoles on. I think there's like 3 or 4 of them that you have to switch on. So just try to do that as quick as possible. Hit all the switches. Yeah, there's 3 switches. So just run to all the consoles now and just flip all the switches. There's going to be a horde of enemies that's about to come at you, so do it fast. You want to do it as quickly as you can. They're easy to find. So then after you've done all 3, run into that door immediately and skip all the enemies. Don't bother fighting any of them. There's a lot of enemies. It's much easier to do that. Now activate this challenge course with the fairy. And then just fail the challenge. Commit suicide in the challenge, and you'll make a brand new checkpoint. If you don't do that, I don't believe you get a checkpoint. But by doing that, you can make checkpoints and levels. And I'm going to be showing that trick later in the game to make huge endurance fights much, much easier. Where you can just kill a guy and then make a checkpoint, kill a guy, make a checkpoint. You can totally exploit them. So definitely recommend using that when you have the ability to use that feature. All you got to do is start up a challenge and then just fail it on purpose. There's no reason to win those challenges unless you're just trying to beat them for fun because you can get money much easier by gambling. Now, this is the hardest encounter in the level, I believe. So I would say pace it the way I do and do it in a similar way, and it shouldn't be too bad. Wait for all these enemies to group together and throw the barrel. That way you damage them all at once, obviously. Use the boxes and finish off some of their health with the boxes. Depending what pickups you get is going to make things easier. When they try to suicide at you, just keep backflipping and they won't be able to hit you. And just finish off whatever's left here. Now see, I used the hand plant kick, so I had it at this point. But I didn't know about the launcher. So now I'm going to explain how the hand plant kick works. The hand plant kick will completely dodge any upper attacks, any high attacks. and it almost hits the enemy all the time. It's extremely powerful. I mean, extremely useful. So if you spam that move, you'll usually hit the enemy. And when you launch them up in the air with the hand plant kick, all you got to do is hit triangle immediately. And you'll do a jump spinning kick and launch the enemy super far back. And by doing that, if you continuously use the hand plant kick with triangle right after hand plant kick while the enemy's in the air, you'll launch the enemy. And if you do that, you'll launch the enemy into the other enemies. So you can keep doing that for massive crowd control and launch tons of enemies. You can keep the enemies off you at all times pretty much with that move. And you'll be doing tons of damage if you keep doing it. So for this area, it would have made things much easier had I known that technique. But I didn't know about it at this point in the game. I would have been spamming the shit out of that. And you'll see me using it heavily later once I figure it out. So yeah, get the rocket here and try to group all these guys together. And, you know, mainly want to target the large guy because he's the hardest of this bunch. So use your God Hand if you have it and take out this large guy. The women will get caught up in it and probably die. So they're very easy to deal with. So now you can just leave the level. You don't have to fight any of these enemies. So that's, you know, useful knowledge. So if you don't want to grab the boxes, you can loot all the boxes if you need items. If not, just run right out when that door opens and get the fuck out. You know, otherwise you'll be fighting a decent amount more enemies. So yeah, if you pace it like that, it's probably pretty easy. If you group everybody together and make maximum use of your crates and explosive barrels, rocket launcher, various things like that. Now this part can be tough because there's a lot of enemies. It's a long checkpoint. So for this part, you know, as usual, use all the boxes and shit to get rid of shit. But I think I use the Typhoon Kick here to damage all the enemies at once. It's a decent use of the roulette because it can be irritating to try to fight all those enemies. But now you got to deal with a difficult demon. I don't know. I think this one might be scripted. I don't know if this is a random demon. So you may have to fight this demon no matter what. I actually treat this demon as a boss. And I use the chain yanker to farm God Hand off of him. And I'm using the usual technique that I've explained in the last few videos. Where you use chain yanker, then you use yes ma'am kablam twice. And you cancel the taunt animation after each execution of yes ma'am kablam. You press the right stick up to do a dodge cancel the animation. And you do that twice, you get 2 extractions from that to get your God meter up. And then you immediately take advantage of circle to use that stun animation. So yeah, by treating it like that, like a boss encounter the typical boss encounter with those 2 moves, and then using the God Hand, it makes it very easy. So I recommend, if you have the roulettes available, using it on that. I use the Typhoon Kick here again to thin out these enemies. Actually killed them all. And I think these enemies took some damage too. They must have gotten hit by it somehow. I didn't see them in the arena, but maybe they dropped into it. But yeah, I like fighting these guys. Since there's 2 of them, they're very, very fast. I just use jump kicks on them. Retreat and jump kick. I get the trident here, but I remember I fucked up and I threw the trident out when I was trying to break boxes. So that was, I pressed the wrong button, so that wasn't good. I could have actually used that on some of the enemies. I'm sure it would have been useful. So yeah, I don't recommend throwing the trident off the ledge. See, I didn't mean to do that, but it could be useful for the next area. Basically just a bunch of arena fights. They're small arenas with a lot of enemies. So, if you have the Typhoon Kicks, I think they're useful in this area to clear out the groups. But to start off, I say, run around and grab all the boxes and throw them at the enemies. So you get their health down as low as possible, and then you see all the items you have at your disposal to use for the fight. Because that's going to be all your item drops, pretty much, aside from any item drop you might get from killing an enemy. But there's only 2 enemies here, so you may not even get an item drop. It seems the fence is electrified, too, because I saw that guy just hit into the fence and get damaged. Yeah, it is. So, yeah, I guess I didn't even know about the electric fence. Had I known about that, I probably could have used the hand plant kick with the jump kick launcher that I mentioned by, hand plant kick and then hitting triangle while the enemy's in the air. and launched them into the fence and just beat the shit out of them. So that would have been interesting. But see, I didn't know about that technique. But since I've explained it here, you don't have to see me do it. Just try it for yourself. Make sure you get that move and just try that combo that I mentioned. It makes the game so much fucking easier once you learn those two moves. You'll see me abuse it heavily once I get farther in the game and finally figure it out. I probably saw it in a video and then had to look up how it was done. I don't know unless I figured it out accidentally. It's possible I figured it out, while playing. But I remember once I discovered that, it became ridiculous. I mean, with the skill that I already acquired with crowd control, and I added that into the mix, it's pretty much when my arsenal became maxed out. But yeah, I'll definitely be going more in depth with that explanation and showing how to group enemies with it. In the next videos once it kind of dawns on me what I can do with it. I don't remember what level it was where I exactly learned how to use it, but since I've explained it here, you don't need to see me do it for now. You can just try it. Yeah, so there's a lot of enemies in this area. Like I said, if you die, I don't think there's any checkpoints, so it's going to be a very difficult area. You want to use all your resources, obviously. You don't want to be too wasteful. Now, you can create a checkpoint in here, I believe. There's going to be another fairy arena challenge, I believe, up here. So, once you go in this door... Oh, actually, no, this is actually... That is the checkpoint, so you don't even need that checkpoint, I don't think. So, yeah, that was the last enemy, so you get to the next save. Yeah, but that arrow bridge can be very, very difficult if you don't budget all your items and everything. So now here's the boss. Now, the boss seems a lot harder than it is, but it's not. Unless you have no items, but even so, you can get good item drops eventually. If you die enough, you'll get good items out of the vases eventually, and you'll be able to fill up your roulettes and shit. So it's just a matter of time if you come here with no items. But you only have to get this boss's health bar down to halfway. Despite it showing a full bar, it's one of those cinematic type of things where they make you think you have to kill the whole boss. But once you get his health down to halfway, he'll leave, and you won't fight him until way later in the game. He's one of the last bosses. Fucking spoiler alert, so, yeah, so just use the chain yanker trick that we've been using of the chain yanker and, the stun locks and all that shit. Use the chain yanker, then you use yes ma'am kablam. At this point, I've been using that on every boss since I've got it, pretty much. Just about. So, yeah, you use the chain yanker. Then you use the yes ma'am kablam move twice. You have to cancel at the end of each yes ma'am kablam move because he will do a taunt at the end automatically. So you cancel that animation of the taunt by flicking up on the right analog stick to do a little dodge. And then you do it immediately again. And, of course, use that hit circle to take advantage of that stun animation, the pummel. Also, something that I don't know if I've explained, but you've probably figured it out, is when you use your God Hand, don't hit circle right away to go into that pummel or that stun animation. Keep using your God Hand for as long as you can before the guy's about to snap out of that stun state. Because you want to get maximum God Hand damage before you start using your pummel and then using the damage from that. So try to draw it out as long as you can. You do get a feel for that after you've played this game because you're going to be spending tens and tens of hours trying to beat this shit anyway. So by that point, you're going to have a feel for the duration of these things. You want to try to get the maximum out of it to get max damage. Now, after all this is done with the chain yankers and all this shit, I found that hand plant kick was a very reliable way to get small damage on him, but when I got him in the air, I could also juggle him with some punch combos. So it's not a huge amount of damage, but if you do it enough, he'll go into stun animations and you'll build your God Hand meter. So you get the benefit of eventually stunning him and getting stun damage on him with the pummel. And you're also juggling him in the air and getting some easy juggle on him. And, that's adding up to his stun. So you may not even, like I said, I didn't even need to use my God Hand. So, you may not even need to use it. By that point, by the time you use all the chain yankers and shit, you should have most of his health gone. And once he's at half health, the fight ends. So that's it. It's pretty easy. It can be a little tricky if you don't have all your items and stuff, but even if you don't, you can use those hand plant kicks to pretty much avoid most damage and juggle them. Now for this area, I don't think you have to participate in this area at all. I think you can completely skip this area and run out the front door. I do recommend at least grabbing the loot if you need it. You know, at least break the boxes. Don't worry about the red barrel, but I would say at least break open all the boxes and get all the shit if you need it. Don't worry about getting health because, you know, you when you die at a checkpoint, your health is refilled, so you don't have to farm health if you're going to another area, but just try to grab all the... you do get some money if you have full health and you grab a health item, I believe, so you'll get a few dollars off of it, but it's no big deal. I don't think I knew that I could skip this area. That's why I was fighting everyone. I would have just grabbed everything and got the fuck out, most likely. I accidentally left this guy alive, I believe. I don't think I realized that he was still alive. And he ended up causing some problems. Because, see, it looked like he kind of faded out because of the way the camera moved. But, in fact, he is still alive with almost no health. So he does pull a little bullshit. But, yeah, I could have avoided all this. I could have ran past all this shit and just broke the barrels. That's what I would have done if I knew I could skip this area. So, use that knowledge to your advantage. You know, if you don't want to deal with this area, just run past all the enemies. You'll beat it a lot faster. But as usual, I do recommend trying to grab as much shit as you can before going into the next area because, you know, there's usually something difficult coming up and it's easy to not have full items. See, I could have grabbed more barrels and shit, but I just didn't do it. I don't know how I suddenly came to the revelation that maybe I could just leave, but I did. So yeah, for this part, this guy is not too hard to fight normally, but we're going to be using barriers to block off his missiles a lot of times, and you can, of course, dodge them. It's one of the few incidences where I use the up dodge, which I almost never use. But yeah, use the chain yanker and use the yes ma'am kablam combo we've been using with the pummels. You know, get that God Hand meter up. And then, of course, use your God Hand, beat the shit out of him, and then use, you know, whatever, use all the chain yankers you have available. So if you have 4 roulette orbs, which is really good, then you can use 4 chain yankers. But if not, if you got 1 or 2, then just use that to get some good initial damage. You'll get a lot of damage doing that as usual. Now you can use these barriers to block off his shots, as you see. I like to use this little nook here and get behind these generators or whatever they are, electric coils. And see, the missiles can't get through that shit if you're directly in front of it. So line yourself up appropriately to make that easier and let him come to you through these little gaps. I found that to be an easy way to deal with him. You know, obviously use your God Hand, use your chain yankers. By the time you use all that shit, you should be in good shape. Now, I don't know if there's any real item pickups in this arena, which could mean you only have 1 chain yanker available. So you may not be able to take full advantage of that depending on what you get here with. But like I said, you can use these techniques of... I think I only got hit once on this entire fight. And I wasn't trying for that. I just was able to read everything and utilize the environment. But yeah, you know, backflip as necessary to dodge his attacks. They're pretty well telegraphed. They're not too hard to dodge, I found. And then just continue using your punch counter, you know, your punch combos. Use that pummel. And of course, as soon as you get God meter, use that shit. But yeah, you see, as using the environment, you can block off his missiles and a lot of shit. And you can also just use up dodge when he shoots a flurry of missiles. Just keep flicking up on the right analog stick and you're pretty much invincible the whole time. So just do that. And you see, this was not an easy level. 94 continues, at least. So, I mean, I think that might be the full amount. But yeah, not an easy level. So, you know, don't stress about it. Even with skipping shit, it's difficult. So stay tuned. Welcome to part 5, stage 5 of my commentary for God Hand on hard mode. I'm going to be showing a lot of encounters here that you can skip through. You know, skipping most of the enemies. There's going to be a lot of that in this stage. So there's not that many fights that you have to do in full. This area, I'm just grabbing boxes and a bunch of shit, and I believe I skipped this whole area. You don't have to fight any of these enemies as far as I can remember. As I said, if you need money, just farm it on the gambling areas. There's also fighting arenas. I edited out some fighting arena footage because there was no sense in showing it in the tutorial. It's completely optional, and it doesn't really give you a lot of money. It's more worth doing if you just want to do it as a personal challenge. Now, I didn't have to fight any of these enemies, I don't believe. But what is really useful, and I still didn't realize it at this point, I don't think I learn about it until later in the next entire stage, but if you use the hand plant kick that I recommended buying in Stage 4, it becomes available in the shop in Stage 4. If you have that hand plant kick, then you can use that and hit triangle to launch the enemies into the distance. Right after doing the hand plant kick, once you juggle them in the air with the move, hit triangle immediately and you'll launch the enemy into the distance. Now you can use that for crowd control and knock a bunch of enemies into the water or into pits and things like that. So had I known about that, I would have been using that very heavily throughout, the entire game. But a lot of these areas, like I said, you don't even need to fight the enemy. So I'm just running through and grabbing shit or running to the door. At this part, I don't know exactly where to go, so I think I get a little lost, but I find the exit pretty quickly. For the first few areas, you really just need to run to the exits. You're not really going to get anything too good by fighting enemies, so I don't recommend bothering with them. Just grab boxes if you need some roulettes or God Hand meter. I'm also going to show how to extract God Hand meter off of the doors. I figured out that you can get God Hand meter off of the actual doors and get a full meter using the Yes Ma'am Kablam to extract it. Yes Ma'am Kablam is another move that I mentioned heavily. Those are the two essential moves I find on this mode. Yes Ma'am Kablam and Chain Yanker. That combination is extremely useful on most boss fights. And it even works great on, some other scenarios. But yeah, initially you can just throw boxes and lure one whip bitch out at a time and just deal with one at a time. Otherwise, they can be difficult to deal with at the same time. And you're probably familiar with luring at this point if you got this far. By throwing a box at an enemy, you can usually lure them to come out individually. If you go too far, then you'll have everybody on your ass. So try to throw a box at one at a time and just lure one out at a time. And you can just have them come down and throw shit at them. You'll get most of their health off just throwing boxes and shit. You also have an explosive barrel, which does huge damage, so you can use that. So yeah, this is all very easy. These enemies can be tricky if you're fighting them both at the same time, but you really don't have to do that. So yeah, now you just got to punch this bridge. If you wanted to, you probably could have ran past the women and just punched the bridge down. But, you would be taking a lot of attacks. It's probably easier to just do it that way. Now you can run past all these enemies. I believe you can skip this entire area as well and just run into the boat. So don't bother with any of these enemies. So yeah, here for the boat, there are some tricky encounters, but you have a lot of items that you can use. Now this is just some standard bullshit that you have to do on normal difficulty anyway with shooting these ships. I don't believe it's any harder on hard mode. If it is, it's still very easy, so really not much to say about this. Once you figure out where to line up the reticule, pretty much where I have it lined up on the boats, it's just a matter of shooting a little bit early so that the cannonballs hit the boat. But it's nothing that you haven't done on normal mode. Since you had to beat normal to unlock this mode, I don't think there's really anything worth explaining. But yeah, had I known about that hand plant kick, that I could combo it with the launcher. Because like I said, the hand plant kick juggles the enemy in the air. Once they're juggled in the air, you just hit triangle and you can launch them into the distance. And it has a lot of invincibility frames as well, that whole combo. So you can spam the shit out of that in crowded scenarios and knocking guys. I would have been knocking so many guys off of I pretty much would have probably knocked everyone off of into the water if I knew about that. So don't follow what I'm doing here. Use that hand plant kick combo with triangle and just launch the lighter enemies into the water. You can't launch the larger enemies like these guys with triangle once you have them juggled with hand plant kick, but you can do it on all the smaller enemies, and you can also launch the smaller enemies into the larger enemies. So even if you don't do it on these guys directly, you can still launch enemies into them. So you can pretty much knock most of the guys into the water on this part. You know, if you do it the way I'm doing it, you're pretty much just wasting time because you could just, you know, use the hand plant kick and knock everybody into the water. So, like I said, I recommend doing it that way instead of what's in this video. I do finally learn about that combo, the hand plant kick launcher, in the next video, but it's even a little bit late in the next video that I figured it out. There's a lot of different moves and things in this game. In the next video, I also start experimenting with some different moves and combos, things like that. So, and none of them were really vital. You know, I didn't really need to use any of them, but I just started fucking around with some different moves, different loadout of moves. But the essential things are the things that I've mentioned in these videos, which is the chain yanker, yes ma'am, kablam, and the hand plant kick comboed with triangle to launch the enemy. Those are pretty much the main, I would say the main things in the game. Of course, you have none of those things in the earlier stages. That's why the first few stages I found to be the most difficult overall. This stage I actually only lost, I think I only died like 8 times on this stage. So this was a very, very easy stage compared to everything else. This is more of a fun stage. So here I use Typhoon Kick. Since there's so many enemies around, I found a useful, you know, area of effect attack. I just kind of spammed a few of those. It kind of cleared out the regular enemies and let me focus on the main rocker asshole. Plus you have a lot of pickups and shit in the area, so you'll probably pick up something decent. So now you can start using the old chain yanker, yes ma'am, kablam combo that I've been explaining pretty much in every video. I give a more detailed explanation of exactly how to use it in the second video, the stage 2 video. But yeah, we're pretty much going to be using that, and you know, I don't even use it to the maximum. I used it, you know, a little bit, and then I fight the guy normally because this is such an easy guy to fight normally. You know, you just dodge, punch, and use your guard breaks, and he's easy enough. And now I have the God Hand anyway, so just beat the shit out of him. Very easy boss. Yeah, this may be the easiest stage in the game, especially because you have good shit by the time you get here. So this is kind of like a free stage. Like I said, a lot of the shit you can just skip over. And the parts where you do have to fight are nothing special difficulty-wise. So yeah, while you're up here, you can just, you know, grab some loot, break all the boxes. I don't think anything significant happens in this area after the boss. I believe the next area you can skip over too after you leave the boat. I watched over this this video and the next stage video yesterday, so you know it's not super fresh, but I remember most of what I saw. I've been watching over these videos because I beat this game 2 years ago on this mode, so I've been watching over the videos completely. That way, I can give a decent narration and not just try to comment on what I'm seeing. I've also been checking over some speedrun videos on some of these stages to see if there are parts that are skippable that I didn't know about. So I can, explain in the tutorial that if you want to skip an area, you can. Now for this area, I think you need to actually, now that I'm seeing this area again, I think you need to run up some stairs and grab a key. And then you can just run the fuck out and ignore all the enemies. You don't have to fight all these enemies. But I always recommend, looting all the boxes if you need items, The only things you need to worry about is filling your roulette gouge or whatever, and your your God Hand meter. Now, of course, you can make a checkpoint at any ferry by going into the arena battle and then just committing suicide and failing the arena match. It probably makes a checkpoint even if you beat the arena match, but the reason I say commit suicide is because you don't have to waste your time trying to beat them. Not if you're just trying to beat the game. That's all I'm trying to explain is how to beat the game. If you want to do extra challenges, that's cool, but you really don't need to get money through that means. The casinos is a much more reliable way to get money and doesn't really take any skill, so it's approachable for anyone to get money that way. So yeah, once you get the key, you can just run past everyone and exit the level. So yeah, now this next area, you can be kind of stubborn like I was and go straight to the door and try to defeat the door while the enemies are still around. What I was doing here is extracting God Hand meter from the door. So yeah, it is kind of a weird thing to try to do, but I guess I wanted some God Hand meter. But I did figure out that you can extract God meter from the doors. So I found that to be useful at certain points in the game. Whenever there was a door, I could get a free full gauge, pretty much. Unless I was just trying to skip through the area, then I wouldn't have time to do that. But there were times when I was able to get a full meter off of the door. So as of now, I'm mainly trying to get the full meter while I'm being shot at. I'm using the up dodge to try to dodge the arrows and the door. So, it's a little bit bullshit, but the enemies aren't attacking me because I think they're busy kicking that civilian. I don't think they really offer anything of value if you rescue the civilian, but I pretty much had most of the shit that I wanted for the game, so I wasn't really concerned about grabbing items from rescuing civilians. But, you always have that option if you want to fight the enemies, but I don't really do it unless I need to. So yeah, once I have my God meter mostly full, then I fight the door normally and finish it off. I did cut it close here, but I had a checkpoint right in this area, so I didn't really give a shit. At least I could bring the God Hand meter into whatever next area I was going into, which might be a boss fight coming up past these two guys, if I remember right. Yeah, so you can run right past them. Don't have to fight them. And now we have a very easy boss fight where there's tons of throwable items on the ground. Like I said, this whole stage is really damn easy, compared to the other areas. I only died 8 times. So yeah, I start off with the God Hand meter, and I decided to take out this drummer guy first. Now, there was usually a reason why I prioritized one enemy over another. I don't remember it now because it's been 2 years, but usually when you see me target a certain enemy first, and in most encounters, there's a reason I go after certain enemies in a certain order. It's usually because I try to take out the hardest enemies or the enemies causing the most problem first. And now, watching this video again, I'm guessing the reason that I took that guy out is because those fireballs could be extremely irritating. Whenever an enemy has a ranged attack, that's going to be an irritation when trying to fight the other enemy. So if I had to guess, that was probably my reasoning for taking out the fat guy first. Aside from that, I'm just throwing these things at whoever shows up, pretty much. I don't know if I was targeting a specific enemy with them. I was just trying to hit whoever I could. Because, you get extra damage by throwing all the boxes at everybody. Plus, it auto-targets whoever's closest, so you don't even have to aim it. As long as someone's within throwing range. And of course, it lets you see all the items on the playfield, so you know all the different roulettes and things you have to work with. Because the item drops are different every time you reload a checkpoint or die, so it's worth seeing all the shit you have to work with, so you know you can budget all your God Hands and your chain yankers and all that shit and see exactly what you have to use. I always like to see all the shit that I have available in a fight. So yeah, so here we go with this chain yanker shit. Same combo I've been doing. And if the other guy gets in the way, you can, of course, focus, switch your focus on the other guy. I didn't take him out fully as of this point, but he wasn't causing a huge problem. So I was just dealing with this guy a little bit, getting some of his health down. But see, he was starting to cause some problems. So I think I go straight into the pummel. I don't even try to extract at that point because he fucked me up. So I go straight into the pummel, and then I think as soon as my God meter gets full, like right now, I think I go into God Hand and just beat the shit out of him. Because he's starting to get irritating, so. Well, actually, yeah, I guess I didn't focus on him because I knew he would take residual damage, by trying to hit me on the side while I was dealing with the main guy, the other guy, so. But I do end up finishing him off. His health is very low at this point. And he's not a hard enemy to deal with, really, by himself. He's kind of like just another one of those fat guys. with a few extra moves. So yeah, that was it. A very easy fight. It really shouldn't take a lot of attempts if you've gotten this far. Bosses, of course, are not skippable fights, so you always do have to fight these guys before you can exit. So yeah, there's really nothing hard in this level, like I said. It's going to be very, very easy if you've beaten the other levels. And in the parts where you do have to fight, really, you should follow what I said and not what I do in this level as far as using those hand plant kicks comboed with the launcher. Like I keep mentioning again and again because it's just so useful. Now, for some reason, you have a clown encapsulated in a metal ball, and you have to transport the clown to the top of the electric stairway. So, you know, that makes about as much sense as you would expect for this game. So, yeah, at first I was trying to figure out how to do this. I didn't know if I should punch it up or what, but the best way to do it is just double tap forward on the left analog stick to run, and then hit, I believe it's hit X to jump and do a little dive. And by doing that, so you can do this, this is all you have to do. Just, of course, do it when the electricity is not going off, obviously. But that's all you have to do. It's very easy. You don't have to punch it or try to kick it up or whatever. Just dive into it. Run and dive. Run and dive. Just keep doing that. And it's very, very fucking easy. And now that you've transported your friend to the top of the stairway, you can kill him. You may not even need to fight this guy, but it's a very easy fight, so it doesn't really matter. And he may drop something useful, so you may want to kill him. But I think you can probably just skip him and grab whatever boxes are in the area if you want. I don't believe he holds anything essential. But see, that was actually worth getting, so it's possible he may drop something nice. It's always good to have full roulettes. You know, it makes even, you know, the easier bosses won't be as hard with a full roulette. Because when you got that chain yanker combo with the yes ma'am kablam, I mean, it makes most bosses like much, much easier. A lot of times it's just a matter of what item drops you get in a boss fight when you have those, you know, those moves. Because if you have enough roulettes, you can get so many god hands out of the bosses. You can extract a lot of god hand with that yes ma'am kablam. So yeah, you have plenty of boxes. There's plenty of potential to get some good item drops. I don't really get anything too good except for except for those crown things for the roulettes, but I already have a full roulette from the clown. So yeah, now we have a boss fight that's pretty easy. It's really not too difficult. It's going to be the same strategy pretty much that we've been using with the chain yankers. I also heavily use the boxes in the arena as usual to do a lot of damage and, of course, see what items I have to work with for the fight. So I start off by just throwing all the boxes at the enemy. You can do this at any point in the fight. You know, I just, like I said, I like to usually do it first because I like to see all the items I'm going to be able to utilize so I can kind of plan all the items I'm going to use. I try to fight the bosses completely on items, God Hand, and, extracting God Hand. I try to pretty much do it on the chain yankers and shit alone if I can, but later bosses start to have a lot more health and take a lot less damage. So, because of that, you do end up having to fight them more directly, but I end up fighting, a lot of the bosses mostly on just using that, spamming those methods. So yeah, we're just going to do that again and, extract God Hand, then use the God Hand. Occasionally I would miss a yes ma'am kablam when reaching into the boss's stomach to extract the God Hand. I think it was because it was there was something a little bit odd that sometimes it would miss, so it threw me off. But since he falls back. See, I only got one extraction there, but either way, it ends up being enough. I ended up getting, enough good item drops and shit to keep doing this for a while. It does get close near the end, but, in the end it works. Yeah, with this combo, you don't even have to really learn how to fight a lot of the bosses directly because you can spam this so heavily once you get these two moves. Yeah, very easy level. It's kind of a nice break after some of the more brutal stages. As I said, the first level really was the hardest level for me. It took me 13 hours to beat. And after that, I cruised through the game, relatively quickly. But, that's why I use the word relatively, because I still used 100 continues or 80 continues on some of the other levels. So, I wouldn't want to give the impression that the game was that I blazed through the game after the first level. But yeah, compared to the first level, I really did blaze through this game. Making regular progress. I didn't really get stuck in any one part for a super long time after the first stage. So yeah, that's about it. Very easy at this point in the game. The next stage is going to be quite difficult though, so there's only a few stages left, but there's some very hard parts left. But like I said, if you beat the first stage, you have enough, skill for the rest of the game, and you're going to have more moves than you originally had, more health, so you should be fine. Stay tuned. Welcome to part 6, stage 6 of my God Hand hard mode tutorial. At the beginning of this stage, you get La Bamba 2, I believe, and that's might be your best roulette for crowd control as far as dealing with multiple enemies at once if you want to damage them all at once. It may be one of the better ones at this point. So yeah, I will be probably skipping, certain areas where I don't have to fight enemies, so I'll try to show the areas where that can be done. I believe this is one of the areas where you can do that. Of course, I always recommend running around and grabbing all the boxes and shit and just getting all the items that you can. But yeah, better not to fight enemies unless you have to. Now, I believe this is the checkpoint when you drop down here. I believe you activate a checkpoint, so you've just effectively skipped all those enemies in the first area and made a checkpoint here. But it is worth grabbing the items, like I said, because you may want to use them. There's a lot of hard fights on this level, so it's good to be prepared for next. Always try to think ahead for the next area. Now, you'll notice I started experimenting with a lot of new moves and combos here. And a lot of this was more for, just trying out different things and having a little fun with it. Some of these moves were not necessarily that much more effective than just having a basic combo of like just regular jabs in your square combo. Because as you know, in this game, you make your own combos. You can configure all that and pick what moves you want to come out in what order. But I do experiment with a lot of new moves. There is a move that I like. I like that move where you fall back and launch the guy. I was finding that to be a pretty useful move, but at the time I didn't know about the hand plant kick, how you could use that to set up a launch. So once I figure that out, I don't really even need that move where you fall back anymore to launch guys like that. But it is effective because when you fall back and launch an enemy with that move, you don't take any damage from upper hits, so you're dodging and launching the enemy at the same time. See, like that? It's a very useful move before you know how to do that hand plant kick launch combo. But like I said, you're able to do that hand plant kick launch combo from stage 4 on when the move becomes available. So had I known that, I would have been using it much earlier. But you will see me use it when I finally figure it out later. And as I've been explaining in the last few videos, you do the hand plant kick launch combo by doing the hand plant kick, which is a move you purchase in the store after stage 4. It's about 110,000, I think, to buy it. You do the move, and then when the enemy is juggled in the air, you hit triangle immediately, and you'll launch the enemy into the distance. It has a lot of invincibility frames, so you can do this in crowds without much risk of even getting hit, and you can also launch the enemies into each other. So that means you can launch enemies off cliffs very easily. And, you know, you can launch them off cliffs very easily, and you can also just manage tons of enemies when you have a lot of smaller enemies around. You can also launch smaller enemies into the larger enemies. Larger and taller enemies can't be launched with the hand plant kick. You know, they can be juggled, but they can't be launched with the follow-up triangle move. So that is something to consider. But you'll see me using it a little bit later. This is one of the harder parts of this stage, this little bridge. So I utilize some of the throwing items, the barrels and the pole. And then I start doing some cheap shit by using the ladder animations to make the enemies stumble, which I'll show. But like I said, had I known about the hand plant kick, I wouldn't have needed to be using these roulette orbs and all this shit. I could have just used a hand plant kick comboed with the triangle to launch the enemies all into the pits. It would have been much, much easier to do it that way. The only enemy that I wouldn't be able to launch into the pit using the hand plant kick trick with that launcher is the taller guy, but it would have been very easy had I known about that. So instead of following what I did, I recommend just doing that. Just use it on the crowds. Try to line it up so that you can launch them all into the hole. But yeah, if you don't do it that way, then you may want to do it this way. But there's really no reason to do this. But I would use the ladders to exploit these guys. I fight them a little bit here, but then I start climbing up and down the ladder. And, every time you do that, the enemies have to climb back up the ladder to get to you. So, of course, that puts them at a huge disadvantage. So while they're climbing up the ladder, you can pretty much just beat the shit out of them and you can knock them off of the edge. So I think they take fall damage from that too. So eventually they will all just be dead. It's a very easy way to deal with these enemies. So really no reason for this part to give you any real trouble. It can be hard if you try fighting all these enemies normal without trying to manipulate them in any way. And, of course, not using the launcher I mentioned. But yeah, very easy. All these guys are now dead. I think they all fell off and took massive damage. So this is a fast way to deal with this part. You shouldn't even really die too much on this. I think I died a lot on this part. But, of course, part of that was just trying to figure out what strategies I was going to use to get through each section. So sometimes it took, you can save so much time by watching a video and seeing some better techniques. A lot of the techniques I use, like I said, I think my tutorial is probably more useful to more players because a lot of the techniques I use involve using simple techniques in AI manipulation, things that I would normally do when I play a game. Because I'm used to playing through a lot of these extreme modes, and a lot of times I find ways to exploit enemies without, I don't get complicated with movesets unless I have to beat the game. And, I really didn't have to do that in this game. I mean, I learned more and more techniques as I got farther that were useful, but I could narrow it down really to a handful of useful techniques for the entire game. Stage 1 is the hardest, like I said, because you have very little techniques at your disposal and very little health and roulette orbs and all that shit. So it's I found the first stage to be the hardest. And then, like I said, once you beat the first stage of the game, you have the skill to beat the rest of the game, especially if you watch my tutorial, because I'll show how to exploit shit and break down everything. There's still going to be some very hard parts, obviously. There's going to be a lot of very hard parts, but it is going to be a lot easier with understanding how encounters work and understanding which you can skip. Now, I don't remember where all the checkpoints are in the levels. I kind of base it on if I see an editing stutter, because I edited it out to death, so that would show some of the checkpoints. But aside from that, I really don't remember where all the checkpoints were in each level, so I won't always be able to accurately speak on that. But, if I remember, or if I think that I suspect it, I'll bring it up. But yeah, you may have to beat this demon. I don't remember if this is a required fight. And also remember that some of the demons are random and some of them are scripted and always come out of the same enemy. So I do not remember which one this is. It has been 2 years, so there's a lot of shit I don't remember. Even watching the videos over, it's difficult to tell certain things. Sometimes rescuing these civilians can be useful. You may get a decent pickup, but A lot of times at this point in the game, you really don't need to do it. You can just run and grab boxes and areas. But you may get a healing item. The strawberry is very good. Obviously, gives you back all your health. So, you know, it could be useful. I'm not sure if you actually need to kill this guy, like I said. I think the rest of these fights in this area may be optional. I think I can even leave now if I wanted to. I think I was just exploring. I probably could have exited through that exit door. If I remember right. Actually, no, there may be a key. I think one of these has a key. I think you only have to defeat one of these women. If you defeat the right one, I believe you get a key. So yeah, once you get that, you can just leave if you want. You may want to try grabbing shit out of the boxes or whatever for the next area. These enemies can be aggressive. There's actually a trick to make these enemies super easy and not even get hit. And that trick is using the hand plant kick once again, but not using the launch. Just use the hand plant kick again and again, over and over again. And eventually you'll get them into a stun state. And then you, of course, mash circle to utilize the stun state. But you can just keep doing that again and again. And you can extract God Hand from them by stunning them so much. So each time you get them stunned, you can extract 2 God Hands with Yes Ma'am Kablam. Two extractions. So you can make them extremely easy that way and get a full God Hand meter. I didn't know about that, though. See, there's things that I learned much later in the game. So at this point, I wasn't doing that. I believe I just ended up leaving this area because I had the key and I didn't need anything else. So I don't even think I fight this person. More enemies appear as well, I believe, but I think I just skipped them all. I usually only fight shit when I actually have to kill shit to progress. Of course, sometimes I don't realize that, how this area works, but other times I would look up in video to see, exactly what I need to do. So now you have an easy fight against a single enemy. You can, of course, defeat him and get the club. You may not even need to fight this guy. I think this may be another skippable enemy, where you can just run up the ladder and skip ahead. It looks like here I may have switched my combos back to just some standard jabs, which most of the time I found, worked the best. But yeah, whenever you have a single enemy, most of the time you can pretty much just spam hand plant kicks again and again on most enemies, and it takes a while, but eventually they go into a stun state. By doing that rapidly, you just keep doing it every time they get up. I show that. I do end up showing that technique, later in the tutorial and another, later videos. Maybe in stage 7 or 8, but, like I said, a lot of things I didn't know at this point. You don't have to fight that enemy at all. You can just skip that. You can skip both of those enemies, in that whole area if you want. So let me see. For this part, all you have to do is light 3. You have to just use a torch to light up 3 of the mouths of the horned statue guys on the wall. So for this, you can skip every enemy in this whole area if you want, and just light the torches. Though it can be a pain in the ass to try to light the torches when enemies are trying to hit you. So keep that in mind when trying to skip them. So it's up to you what enemies you want to fight. You can, like I said, try to just run through and just light all the torches. Once you light 3 torches, you light 3 different mouths, you'll open the gate and you'll be able to go into the next area, regardless of how many enemies are running around. So you light 1, and once you light all 3, that gate on the top floor will open up. So yeah, so you can decide if if you want to try to grab items out of the barrels or from enemy drops or whatever. But yeah, you really don't have to engage too much with this area. It's just a matter of lighting those things up. And of course, watching this combat again, I'm thinking about how I could have just been spamming the hand plant kick with the launcher again and again and really wiped these guys out. But there'll be plenty of that later on once I figure it out. I actually figured out pretty shortly. I think maybe in the next encounter or two I'll figure it out. And then you'll see me using it a lot. So you got this guy blocking the mouth that you want to light. So sometimes they do get in the way. And sometimes it's easier just to kill them so you can, you have the room to light it up. Because you do have to line up with the mouth kind of in the center to be able to light it. So it's a little bit finicky with that. So sometimes it's just easier to kill all the enemies. So yeah, I had to go get another torch. I think there's always a torch on the bottom floor. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to beat the area. So yeah, if you jump down off the ladder and then back up, sometimes the enemies will still be on the bottom floor trying to get to you. And then you can go back up and light the mouth real fast. You can try to lure them off to the bottom floor. If I remember right, I think that does work sometimes. So you can experiment with that if you don't want to fight the enemies. Here I was just like, fuck it, I used my God Hand and got rid of these guys. I'd recommend using your God Hand over using the roulettes because God Hand is easier to refill by fighting. So yeah, once you light this last mouth over here, you can now exit. There's going to be a bunch of enemies that come out, but you can completely skip them. I think there's even a ferry trial through the door, meaning you can make a checkpoint if you want, if I remember right. Yeah, I think it's down here. So if you go down here, you can activate this arena fight. And then just commit suicide in it. Lose the fight. And you'll get a checkpoint. So now you won't have to... I believe the checkpoint starts with all these enemies grouping up on you trying to fucking destroy you. But it's very easy. All you got to do is jump up off the ledge and escape. But you can make a checkpoint if you want to be extra safe. You really don't have to because you can just, go in there, get the boxes and exit. But it's just safer to make a little checkpoint. As I've explained, anytime you activate an arena fight and exit, you create a checkpoint. So any enemies that you killed are going to be permanently dead from the checkpoint. And as long as you didn't beat the arena fight, you can do this again and again and make as many checkpoints as you want. And I'm going to be showing that way later. So yeah, here's how you can get full God Hand off of a door. I showed it already in another video, but if you have a door with no enemies around, it's very easy to just extract God Hand. Just keep doing your extractions and dodges needed. And, keep doing it until you have a full bar. So, using my God Hand wasn't even really that big of a deal because I was able to refill it immediately after on this door. Since the door does count as fighting an enemy, you are able to extract God Hand off of it, and it really doesn't do anything except, slam together occasionally. But it's a very easy way to get a full God Hand bar. This part's a little finicky, but it's the same platforming you did on normal. But it's, it can be a little anal with the way you line it up. You do have to take into account your slow movement from platform to platform. It's easy to miss. But you get a checkpoint right here anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm not sure if it's a death if you fall in the pit. It probably is, but I don't remember. But you have a checkpoint right there. Now all you got to do is throw these little bones to lure the dog to the fat man. No challenge in that. And then, I don't think you have to fight any of the enemies afterward. You can just run past. Of course, it's always up to you if you want to try to break boxes and grab some supplies like God Hand and roulettes. But as you can see here, I have everything full, so I didn't need any of that shit. And you could, like I said, you can easily fill your God Hand meter on that door, so you shouldn't need that. So yeah, once the dog gets to the bone by the fat man, you'll get a cutscene, and the bridge will fall, and you can now just run out of here. I think there's some boxes in that cave with all the enemies, so if you really need shit, you can just run around in there and try to grab shit. But yeah, it's not really needed if you have your shit full. So yeah, skip all these enemies if you want, and now we fight these 5 midgets again. Now, they seem a lot faster and more aggressive in this second fight than they did in the first. But the strategy is going to be very similar. We have even more moves and health and stuff, to deal with them, even though they're more aggressive. But they can be a little challenging here. But eventually you're going to get good pickups, and you're going to group them together well enough to where you'll take them all out. Remember, when using the God Hand and fighting one, try to turn your camera a little bit so you can hit multiple of them at once. Because the more that you damage at once, obviously, the more overall damage you're doing to the boss. If you think of it as a single boss, you get more damage when you hit multiple of them at the same time. Throw all the boxes at him, obviously, so you can see all the shit you have to work with and, do a little extra damage. Area of effect attacks like La Bamba 2 would probably be a really good choice, or the Typhoon Kick I think might still be pretty decent. La Bamba 2 might be a little bit wasteful. I think that uses 2 roulette orbs, but that's probably why I was using Typhoon Kicks, because they're a little bit less wasteful, I guess. But either way, eventually you'll have your God Hand full again. You can use that again. Finish off any scragglers. Even though they're aggressive and fast here, it's more of a fun fight with all the resources you have at this point. This is one of the more challenging stages. But as I said, and I'll keep saying, the first stage is still by far the hardest stage because you have such little to work with. So, once you beat that, you can beat the rest of the game with enough persistence. So now just grab whatever is left over that you think you're going to need and just leave. We're a little bit more than halfway through the stage at this point. And there are some harder parts, for sure. This part coming up can be very difficult, but I'm going to now demonstrate the move that I learned. This is where I first figured out that I could launch out of the hand plant kick. You can do it with a kick too, but the best way to do it is like that. You do the hand plant kick and then you go into a jump kick and launch them, and it launches enemies that get in the way too, so as long as they're smaller enemies. It may launch the larger enemies if they get in the way of the launching spin kick part. But on larger enemies, you can't do the jump kick follow-up, by hitting triangle. But yeah, all you do, like I said, you use the hand plant kick move, and then you just hit triangle when the enemy is juggled in the air. The timing is super, super forgiving. It pretty much works every time. As long as the enemy's not on the ground, just do it when the enemy's in the air. Just do it immediately, basically. For these demons, I usually end up using some shit because they're always very irritating to deal with. But hand plant kicks and juggles is a reliable way to deal with them. The hand plant kick is so effective on most enemies. It's even very effective on one of the later bosses. So yeah, you have a few more enemies here, but you see this just wrecks these enemies. You can just spam the shit out of this. So I'm going to recommend spamming this shit as heavily as possible. It starts making a lot of the fights a joke later on because of, all the bullshit you can pull. But it still has some very hard parts later on, even with, with this. There's some very long endurance encounters and some very, very hard fights. But you will definitely make a lot of these, enemies with smaller enemies so much easier. Now, you may get a checkpoint for this next part, but I don't remember if you do. I think you might, because there's a little cutscene, but see the little cutscene. Usually that's a checkpoint, but this is actually quite a hard part. But it's not going to be that hard because, but you know, I think when I first did this part, I didn't know about that juggle trick with the hand plant kick and the launcher. But see, once I figured this out, I think it made the part quite easy. So after watching my video, you may have a very easy time with this, you know, because just knowing this move here just changes the entire game. And like I said, I could have been doing this shit since stage 4, but I didn't know I didn't know I could do a launcher after the hand plant kick. So, you know, just by knowing that, it opened up the combat so much. But of course, this tall guy's fast and still needs to be dealt with, and you can't use the launcher on him, but you can launch other enemies at him. So, you know, the bigger enemies can't be launched though. So you know, you may want to get rid of them with God Hand. It's honestly not a big deal if you use some roulettes and shit on this encounter because this is it's a very tough fight. You know, even with the launcher, it can be tricky because you have some harder enemies here. I can pull some bullshit. Now, I don't know if I really intended to do the chain yanker, but I was cornered, so I had to do something. I didn't have a lot of time to pick what I wanted to use. The enemies are very aggressive. Especially if you get cornered, use that hand plant kick, because you can you know, stun the enemies and hit them and get you out of a bad situation. So, you see, I'm not afraid to use God Hands in this situation. And you see, spamming that move, that 2-hit combo with the hand plant kick and launcher really made that fight a lot easier. At first, I think I was doing that without knowing about that at all, so it was a very, very hard encounter. I think I died a lot on it. Of course, you're seeing the results of my successful attempts and not all the failures, so you can use that knowledge to save you a lot of trouble in dying, you know, many, many times. Now, for this part, you don't have to fight anyone. You can just run past all the rocks. Use the little side cavities to run in briefly, and then just run out. Don't spend any time in there or you'll get hit by the enemies, but very easy to avoid everything. There is quite a difficult boss coming up that was troublesome for a while, but I ended up getting some good hits on him. And you may want to use some of the moves that I used. I actually did massive damage on him with, I think it was the home run roulette. So that may work very well on him. And you may want to use it in the way I used it to do huge damage if you have enough roulettes available. So here I just throw the bricks at him or whatever to the 2x4 to kind of stun him. And once I have him in place, I use the home run god, and I think I got a direct hit on him. And it did huge damage. And it also damaged his minions too, so it was kind of useful place to use it. I don't know if Discombobulator was the best single roulette to use on him for maximum damage, but you see I had most of his health done by this point. He actually lives for a while because the hard thing about this fight is he's very hard to hit because you can only hit him at specific times when he comes down and he runs like crazy. So whenever you hit him with a jump kick, you do very, very little damage. So it does take a while. By running around in circles away from where he is, sometimes I even run directly around him, but by keep running in circles, I found you can dodge pretty much all of his attacks, and I don't think I got hit by any of his attacks while he's floating. And all I did was basically run in circles, so that's all you really need to do while he's floating, and you're just waiting for him to come back down. And, you know, you can ignore the minions as well, and just wait for him to come back down. You're just going to wait for him, and then when he comes back down, you're going to be targeting him. So as he's floating down, do a little juggle if you can. Try to catch him with jump kicks and just hit him when you can. It's a bit tedious, but if you got some good hits in early on with those roulettes, you'll have most of his health gone. If you had 4 roulettes, you can probably kill him with maybe 2 home run gods or whatever it's called. I mean, you can take him out you probably have more than enough moves to kill him with 4 roulettes. So that is an option. If you got here with no roulettes, then you'll have the default 1 roulette that they start you with, and whatever drops you get. I don't know if you can get drops in this area, but if not, you're going to be in for a long fight, most likely. It's good to make multiple save slots because, you can go back a few encounters if you have to, and try to save more roulettes and shit for the fight if you think that'll help. That's why I always recommend, saving on a different slot each time you make a new save between the areas. On hard, it's especially useful to do it that way. Because I think there was a few times when I went back to get more resources and, do an encounter without wasting as much shit. Or, try to get better pickups in an encounter. But yeah, once you finally do take him down, you can finish off these minions. Now, I don't know if you have to kill these minions to exit the area, but that's what I ended up doing. You may not have to. You may be able to just run out the door once the boss is dead, but I didn't test that. Now, these are taller enemies, so you can't spam the hand plant kick launch combo. You can still spam hand plant kick on them, though, and if you do it enough times, you'll stun them. But when there's 2 of them, it's a little bit harder to keep doing it to them every time they get up. These guys also seem to dodge the hand plant kick a little bit more often, so it may be harder to spam it on them. But it's useful to do often because there's very low risk to you because you can just backflip out of it and take no damage. Hand plant kick makes you pretty much invincible to upper attacks, so it's a very safe move. You make it safer by rolling back immediately after finishing it to, make sure you don't get hit. So yeah, just finish these guys off, or just try the door and see if it lets you exit. You can try it. There's not too much more left to this level. So yeah, this part, I'm not sure if you can skip the enemies in this part. I don't remember exactly which part this is, but oh yeah, I think you can skip a number of these enemies or knock them into pits, if I remember right. Yeah, I knocked this guy into a pit. This is usually a harder enemy, so if you get on this ledge here, you can maybe use a typhoon kick and try to knock him into the pit. It'll also hit these other enemies, which I don't know if you need to even kill the women, but you want to at least knock that guy into the pit. I think it's useful to kill him. I don't even know if he's a required enemy. You may be able to skip all these enemies and go to the next area. That's why I do recommend, if you want to make sure what parts you can skip, check a speedrun video and check this segment. Because, the speedrunner will probably beat this level in about 10 minutes or something, because it's a longer level, but you'll probably be able to see what parts can be skipped. You can also kind of knock them off the ledge and nudge them off. You unfortunately can't launch them off the ledge using the hand plant launcher combo because they're too big. So yeah, over here there's going to be another door type of thing, except this time it's a switch and not a door, but you have to fight it. I don't even think that one fights back at all, though. You can extract God Hand off of it, though. I think probably because it doesn't attack you, it's not considered an enemy. So I guess the developers thought about that. See, I try extracting God Hand, but it doesn't work. So yeah, this part's very easy. You just run up and down the ladders and activate switches pretty much. I'm pretty sure you can skip pretty much all the enemies in here if you want. But now you can use the launcher combo and launch these guys off the ledge, so it makes it very quick if you want to deal with them, get rid of them fast. There's only one tall enemy that can't be launched directly, but you can launch enemies into him, obviously. Now, there's an invisible wall here with this whip bitch. So, you know, when you launch her, she doesn't go off the ledge, but you can just do this a few times for an easy kill. Or you can reposition yourself, you know, to launch her over the other edge. I don't think there's an invisible wall on the other side. See, this side is open, so it allows you to launch him. But this guy's too tall, obviously, to launch. So yeah, just hit these switches. It definitely makes things easier when you realize how many of the encounters in the game you can actually run past and skip. And, you know, you just focus on grabbing the resources you need out of the boxes. It definitely, you know, you can make levels a lot easier that way. But the real trick that makes some of the areas a lot easier is later on with the creating your own checkpoints with the arenas that I explained. You're going to see me exploit that on either the next stage or the final stage. So after this is all done, I think there's just one more boss to finish off the stage. And it's going to be the same strategy pretty much of, you know, spamming the chain yanker with the yes ma'am kablam. I believe this next area there's some, you know, fairly difficult enemies that you can just completely skip. So yeah, just grab the boxes here, break the boxes and get the resources out of the box, but don't worry about the enemies. Sliding is a fast way when you're running to not, you know, to take out multiple boxes. You can slide in and take out a few boxes rather than, you know, stopping and hitting each one individually. Yeah, so now I believe you can just leave this whole area. I think I still wanted to get the last box, so I ran around in a circle here. So yeah, once you've gotten all the boxes, just leave. And now we have the boss for the area. Shannon, it's Shannon's final form. She's really not that much harder than most of the other bosses have been with the chain yanker and yes ma'am kablam combo. So we'll be using that heavily again. That's why I say it's an essential move, because you're able to use that on so many bosses once you get it. So yeah, initially I like to run around and throw all the pots at the boss, because I like to see everything, like I said, that I have to work with. You get different item drops each time you die, so it's kind of worth seeing like what shit you have to use. I try to do most of the boss fights strictly on pretty much chain yanker and yes ma'am kablam and god hand stun animations, you know, without any direct combat. I try to do that whenever I can. I mean, there's usually maybe a little bit of direct combat where I have to fuck with, you know, punch the enemy and dodge it a little bit, but I minimized a lot of that shit by budgeting the chain yankers and the roulettes. It's pretty much an endless cycle, you know, of stuns and god hand. Now, of course, sometimes you will run out of drops before you can get all her health down, and you may have to improvise a little bit and fight her normally. It does depend on what kind of item drops you get and how many roulette orbs and god hand you have when you come into the fight initially. She can be a little tricky when you're fighting her normally. She has some fast attacks. But I was kind of just barreling through that, just using these, exploiting these moves. But yeah, now she's almost dead, and you see I still have resources left that I probably won't even have to use. I believe this pummel finishes her off. Well, almost, yeah, I finish her off with a few regular hits. But yeah, that's about it for this level. If you have any questions, let me know, and stay tuned for the next 2 parts. Welcome to part 7 of my tutorial for God Hand on Hard, stage 7. This is one of the hardest stages in the game, so these last 2 stages are very difficult. This one took me about 145 continues, according to the end screen, so one of the hardest stages in the game, definitely. But like I said, the first stage was by far the hardest for me, taking me about 13 hours. This one may have taken about 4 hours. And there are some very, very good tricks that I have some very easy ways to manage a lot of these areas. So if you stay through the tutorial, you should, after watching this, you should be very well prepared, even with basic moves, to be able to get through this area. There's a way to exploit and create checkpoints that I figured out that I've mentioned before by using the challenge arenas and committing suicide in them, which is going to be hugely useful in one of the largest fights in the area. It makes it a pretty easy area to deal with. Now, there is one large endurance match where there is no checkpoints, and you'll have to manage that with the crowd control skills that we've been learning so far, and I've been covering them in the tutorial as well. But I'll go over everything again. In this area, I first run into the cave and I loot those boxes, of course, because as you know, looting containers is pretty essential on hard mode if you're just trying to beat it. So try to grab as much shit as you can. Try not to get sucked into those little whirlpool things. But all you really have to do here is ignore all the enemies and destroy these pillars. Now, I can't tell you for sure if destroying certain ones will spawn the boss or allow you to exit the area early, because I don't remember that. But if unsure and you want to skip more shit, always check a speedrun video and check this level in a speedrun video and see. It's probably only about 5 or 10 minutes long, so just check that and see what parts can be completely skipped. I do try to skip areas whenever possible, but I'm not a speedrunner, so I don't know if I researched everything when I did it 2 years ago. But now this boss will appear, and this is quite an easy boss. We dealt with this guy before. He might be a little bit different this time, but it's very similar. Hopefully you have a few roulette orbs. If not, I think there's a checkpoint on this guy, and you'll start with at least 1 roulette orb at default. So that can help you get your first God Hand bar full. So you don't have to get it full. Just get it to the point where it turns orange and you can use it. And you'll be able to do a lot of damage to him. You may have to actually fight him normally, depending if you don't have a lot of roulette orbs. It's better not to waste a lot of roulette orbs and try to fight him normally if you can, because he's one of the easier bosses. You can use the up dodge on the right analog stick like that to just keep bobbing and weaving, and you'll be completely invincible from the missiles. So it's very easy. Just mash, keep mashing up on the right analog. And aside from that, punch him and guard break him when he blocks, and get ready to roll back anytime you see him telegraphing his electric charge move where he lunges forward. It's very there's a lot of time to react to it. So once you see him telegraphing it, he kind of stops in place for a moment. That's when he's going to do that charge. So of course, when he gets down on one knee, he's going to shoot the missiles. So very easy boss to read and deal with. Really not a hard boss. And after you're done with that, you may only need to destroy 1 more pillar to get out of here. I don't think you have to destroy them all, because it looked like I exited a little bit early when I watched my video. I do always recommend breaking all the vases and shit. Now, I don't remember if the cactuses ever drop anything. They might be similar to the benches in the early areas where no items come out of them. I'm guessing no items come out of the cactuses, but I was just making sure because, you know, try to grab everything you can when the game is this fucking hard. But I would say mainly probably just loot the vases. Try to loot all the vases. If you do get sucked down, you have to mash the buttons to get out. You can also, of course, knock enemies into there, but like I said, it's better not to really fight the enemies unless you have to. And this area is mainly about destroying those pillars to proceed. And, of course, the boss. So, yeah, I do get interrupted here. I still try to focus on, you know, the task at hand. Make sure you have your hand plant kick equipped as one of your moves. Because we're going to be using that really fucking heavily. It's going to be, you know, used as a major move. But I believe my tutorial is going to help immensely with the large encounter. That's probably one of the hardest fights in the game. Definitely probably the longest fight in the game. Very difficult, but I found some good ways to manage it. So yeah, after you destroy that pillar, it seems to open up that light at the end over there, and then you can leave the area. Now, I don't know if you have to destroy that specific one to get the exit to open up, so I would say try to destroy that specific one if you're watching my video. Or like I said, just check a speed run and see what the minimal amount of things are that you can do to get out. You know, if you really want to end it early, but it's easy enough. You get checkpoints. You get a checkpoint at the boss fight, and I think after the boss fight, so... yeah, nothing difficult there. So now is where shit gets very hard. This is a very hard and long encounter. So I'm going to walk you through step by step here. First thing I do is run around and grab all the vases and throw them at the enemies. Of course, you can do some of these, with the small enemies, you can do these launchers, which I'll explain in a moment. But the first thing I mainly do is run around in a circle in this arena and just grab all the vases and try to throw them at the fat guy in the middle. Because the fat guy in the middle has these ranged missile attacks that are very, very fucking irritating to deal with when you're trying to fight other enemies. So, also, try to keep the tall woman with the axes alive. The reason to keep her alive is because we're going to farm her for God Hand and keep her as the last enemy. That's the goal in each phase, is to keep at least one of those women alive as the last enemy so we can farm them. And I'm going to show you how to do that. So, yeah, start off by throwing all the vases at the fat guy. And never backtrack to get a vase. Always run around in a full circle and do a full lap. If you try to move back to grab a vase that you missed, you'll probably get hit. The enemies are very fast and aggressive in hard mode, as you know. So I recommend keep moving forward and running in a circle and grabbing them. You'll get them on your next lap, so don't worry about backtracking. You got plenty of room to run around. So yeah, now that the fat guy's dead, here's where farming these axe women comes in to play. Now use your all you need to do here is use your hand plant kick each time they get up, and you're pretty much never going to get hit doing this unless unless you don't react fast enough. But it's very easy to do. And whenever they get stunned, don't spank them. Just extract the God Hand from them while they're stunned. You'll be able to fill up your God Hand meter by doing this. Now we weren't able to fill it up that time, but I did get some God Hand off of them. But you will be able to get a lot of God Hand off of those enemies, especially if they have a lot of health, left. So we're going to be farming them after each encounter and keeping at least one alive. Now, when you do use your God Hand, focus on the tall male character. In general, you want to focus on these taller male characters when you use your God Hand in this whole encounter. Because all the other enemies are considered small enemies, aside from the axe women. But the guy with the knives is a small enemy. And what that means is that you can use your launcher, your hand plant kick, and then you hit triangle right after hand plant kick, and you do that. And what that's going to do is it's going to knock any enemies that are around the guy away and damage them, but it's also going to get them all off of you as well. And in the meantime, you're also going to be killing the small guys because we want to clear them out so that we have only the woman remaining. And when only the woman's remaining, we're going to farm her again with hand plant kicks. So, hand plant kick, just keep doing it. Just keep charging her and hand plant kicking her. You don't want to run past her because then she may hit you from behind, obviously, but you can flip back to get into position. But just keep hand plant, kicking her, and that's it. And don't take advantage of the spanking. Just use the spanking stun state to grab out some God Hand with the Yes Ma'am Kablam move we've been using. See, now you do your extractions with Yes Ma'am Kablam. You can do 2 extractions on every stun state. So you do it once, and when he reaches into her stomach, you hit up on the right analog stick to dodge and cancel out of the animation where he taunts after reaching into her stomach. And then you do the Yes Ma'am Kablam immediately again, cancel it again with right analog up. Which I explain in detail a little bit more thoroughly in the second video, the second stage. But yeah, so you just farm them after each encounter and try to get as much God Hand as you can. If you do get a full God Hand bar, then of course go for the spanking and finish the fight off. It's an easy way to damage them. But the main thing I utilize these women for is for a great way to get God Hand. And then I use the God Hand on the taller enemies. And of course, as I explained, I used all the pots in the arena to take out the fat guy, basically. So I didn't have to fight him, really, aside from maybe one jump kick. So yeah, use your God Hand. Immediately focus on one of these tall guys. For whatever reason, I chose this particular guy, and there may have been a reason for that, but it was 2 years ago, so I couldn't tell you exactly, but I think you get the general idea. It doesn't have to be perfect. But you do want to use these strategies to make things easier if you're just trying to beat it. I found this to be a very effective way to deal with this area. Now remember, if you do launch the taller and larger enemies like the axe women, you're not going to be able to hit triangle to do the launch combo where you launch them into the distance after doing a hand plant kick and then hitting triangle. You can only do that on smaller enemies, like the smaller punk enemies and the guys with the knives. These big enemies are not going to be able to be launched like that, so if it's not working, that's why. But what you can do is use the small enemies when the larger enemies are gathered around, and you can damage them all at once if you want. Like this. Well, that one missed, but a lot of times it will hit even if they're behind you. But that's the general idea. Now, notice I didn't pick up the weapons yet because I'm saving the weapon for the final wave where a hard enemy comes out. But I don't end up being able to use it because the enemy dodges it anyway, but that's the idea. Yeah, so now we're going to fill up our God Hand meter again. See, this part, really, it's not that hard if you use these crowd control techniques, run around, and do everything in this order, like I'm saying. If this is the method you use, you'll be all right. If you got this far, this shouldn't even be too difficult with this technique. Probably what took me long was trying to figure all this shit out. I don't remember how long this particular part took me, but I know on this stage I used like 145 continues or something. So this was definitely a difficult stage, even with all the exploits and things that I knew about. So yeah, try to fill your God Hand meter, and once it's basically full, you can finish her off, spank whatever, to speed things up. Try to grab the sword right after you kill her so that you can throw it at the guy that comes out. You may get some nice damage if it lands. I wouldn't know because I didn't land it for some reason. Usually it auto-homes in on the guys, but maybe he was a little bit too far away when I threw it. But either way, don't be afraid to use your shit. You're probably not going to mind using your God Hand and your roulettes at this point because this encounter can be really difficult, so you'll probably just want to finish it off. And you can get more shit in the next area. There's a huge area where you can get tons of items. So, yeah, don't worry about it. In the next area, I'm going to show you how you can make checkpoints after defeating each enemy if you want, which would be really tedious to do. But I mean, even if you were bad at this game, you could get through that area by making a checkpoint after each area you defeat, each enemy that you defeat. So I'm going to show you how it's pretty much fail-proof. Otherwise, the next area can be extremely difficult. It's probably one of the hardest areas in the game if you don't know how to make checkpoints. I imagine it would be very difficult, but I never played it that way because I didn't have to. I figured out that I could make checkpoints early on. Well, actually, I don't know when it actually dawned on me that I could make checkpoints, but I think I've known about it for a while at this point. But I do explain it throughout the entire tutorial, so I will go over it again. Because if you don't know that, you're going to make things a lot harder on yourself. Unless you're trying to do some kind of challenge run, there's really no point to make things difficult. Now, all you need to do here is collect 3 keys, and then you can exit. That's it. So I believe certain enemies are going to hold the keys. But again, I say check a speed run if you want to see exactly where everything is. And do the minimal amount of shit possible. Then always check a speed run of this section. But all you need to do here is get 3 keys. So if you pay attention to the enemies that I take out to get the keys, it may be the same enemies each time. And you may be able to utilize that information. But either way, it's not really going to make a hell of a difference because you can just take your time here. And once you open the door that you have to fight, you will have a checkpoint available to you that you can create at any time. It's basically a quick save that you can save at any time. And you can just kill one enemy, save, and that enemy will be permanently dead. Because there's a finite amount of enemies that appear in this area. It's limited, so it's not going to go on. It doesn't go on forever. Nothing in this game has infinite respawns, as far as I'm aware. So eventually, all the enemies will be dead. And of course, when you have a checkpoint and you die and respawn at the checkpoint, you're going to have full health again. And I think it always gives you 1 roulette. I believe so. Whenever you die at a checkpoint. On top of that, the checkpoint that I'm going to show you has a bunch of barrels and shit. So you could probably keep committing suicide and get better pickups out of that checkpoint with the barrels and shit. I think they respawn each time you spawn back at the checkpoint, but I'm not sure. Either way, you don't need all that shit anyway, because like I said, you can kill one enemy at a time and just take your time here. You'll beat it. Just got to be patient. So yeah, so for this, just kill this door. Focus on this door if you want to get into the checkpoint area, because this is the checkpoint area. So whenever you're ready to make a checkpoint, get ready to kill the door. You can, of course, ignore the enemies if possible, or just launch them out of your way. You already know how to launch smaller enemies, so whatever you want. And then just run and hit circle on the ladder, and you'll jump right up the ladder, and the enemies won't even have time to hit you, since you have invincibility frames when you jump up ladders and down ladders. So yeah, go into the arena and commit suicide. Do not beat the arena. If you beat the arena, I don't think you can reactivate it and make checkpoints. So unless you're confident in your skills, don't do that. Just go in there and purposely lose the arena fight. Now that you've done that, you just do that to make a checkpoint whenever you need it. Just go up there, activate the arena, and commit suicide in it. You'll have a new checkpoint. That's all you got to do. And now the goal here is to get the remaining 2 keys, which does end up taking me a while because, I wasn't sure where everything was located. And there's a small chance that the key drops may be random, but I'm not sure. I think they're probably fixed, but it's been a long fucking time, and I didn't really test that, so... Because, again, I had no intention on doing a speed run or anything. This was my first time beating the game, and this is how it turned out. So, yeah, these enemies can be kind of annoying, but you can use, if you can hit them with a hand plant kick, you can launch them and abuse them that way. Sometimes if you hit circle at the right time, you'll do some kind of counter, but I don't even know how to activate it. I probably just saw the prompt pop up and just hit it immediately, but I don't know what's a good way to lure them into that prompt. There's a lot of mechanics in this game that I never really delved into, but I didn't need to beat it because I'm pretty good at exploiting AI and exploiting various things. So I found the moves that worked for me, and I stuck to the main arsenal of moves that I liked. But yeah, my playstyle is extremely different than the ones that I've seen online. So but I also think it's very approachable for any player. So I think this tutorial will be useful to put out because it'll have a different approach. You won't have to be a master at, God hand combos in combat to beat the game with my tutorial. There'll be ways to get around that. You still will have to be very skilled at the game, as far as you'll have to be very good at crowd control and things like that. So you will have to gain a lot of skill, and it will take hours of practice, but you're going to make things a lot easier on yourself than it would otherwise be. So yeah, here I make another checkpoint after killing a few enemies. I mainly make the next checkpoint after getting the next key. Because, I'm not going to make a checkpoint after each enemy or two because it's not that fucking hard. So I usually wait until I get the next key and then I'll run back and make a checkpoint. So I think that's the best way to do it, unless you're really having trouble. But I can't imagine you would if you got this far in the game that these guys are going to give you that much trouble. Because you have a huge arena to run away from these guys, and you only have to fight certain ones. I do end up killing most of the enemies by the time I get the 3rd key, because I didn't know where the 3rd key was located. So that did happen. I was also trying to farm item drops for the next area. So I believe the next area might be the boss. If you can, it would be good to go into the boss fight with full roulettes and full God Hand, but you don't have to worry about farming God Hand. I mean, the roulettes are the main thing. If you can get 4 roulettes and bring them into the next area, that's why I recommend, if you do get any pickups, I'd recommend just not even using your orbs and shit. You can use your God Hand if you really want to, but you're probably better off going back, making a checkpoint with full God Hand and getting all your life back. Because, you know, when you commit suicide on a checkpoint, you get all your life back. So, I would recommend not using your God Hand and just trying to, you know, maybe even try to fill it or try to farm that woman for God Hand by using the technique of just isolating her like we did in the last area. Of course, get rid of the one enemy, but then just farm her and get some God Hand off of her using the hand plant kicks and the yes ma'am kablam. You know, don't spank her like that because you're not going to get much God Hand by doing that, but just, you know, do the yes ma'am kablam extraction technique. I figured she still had enough health left. That's probably why I just did the spanking, because she has a lot of health. But you really don't need to drain her health until you want to kill her. So yeah, try to fill up your God Hand meter if possible. I think I did end up filling it up, and then I ended up using and wasting it. I probably should have just went to a checkpoint and saved it, but I didn't really care too much. But if you want to be extra safe, keep your God Hand as full as possible. Maybe have a full God Hand meter. And try to get 4 roulette orbs before you go to the next area. You know, go through all the crates until you have all that shit. It's okay if you don't, but it's going to make it a lot easier because you can pretty much beat the next boss without even fighting it directly, barely at all. If you have 4 roulette orbs. And if you have a full God Hand, even better, but you don't even need that. But if you have 4 roulette orbs, you can pretty much do it because you'll have... You'll be able to use the chain yankers and the yes ma'am kablam to extract tons of God Hand off of the boss. It's a trick that you can use on, you know, most of the bosses once you get chain yanker and yes ma'am kablam. If you want to use your God Hand, you can. But again, I would suggest just making a checkpoint if you think you're going to die, and then just come back and fight the remaining enemies. At this point, I have all the keys. I think I was just running around for items and shit. Because it is worth doing when you have, you know, another area coming up, especially bosses. Now, of course, these checkpoints don't make separate save slots, I don't think. So, I'm not sure if you can, like, maybe you can. Maybe these do go into a save slot, but I'm not sure how they work. I don't think you can reload from a ferry because you don't manually save the game. So I'm guessing you cannot reload those. So if you get to the boss and you find you don't have enough items, you're probably going to have to go back to a save slot at the beginning of this encounter and do this whole encounter over again and get all the crosses again and all that shit. Which is not hard, but it is tedious. You know, it would be very hard without the checkpoint trick, but still a big waste of time overall. So it is better just try to bring all the shit in to begin with, so you don't have to like backtrack. I don't think the boss is that hard, but it's going to be a lot harder if you have to fight it regularly. But they do give you a lot of item drops in the next area as usual on boss fights. So if you die enough times, you know, you could probably get some great item drops and still beat it. But you're just going to make it a longer, more tedious process. Like I said, I try to beat the bosses mostly on chain yankers and yes ma'am kablam and God Hand and, you know, the stun animations. You know, basically just cycling that whole combo, which you'll see me do again if you haven't seen the previous videos. So yeah, once you have a a satisfying amount of roulettes, you know, exit the area. If not, maybe run around, get some more shit. But if not, now you can fight the boss. The boss is extremely easy if you have 4 roulettes because, you know, you're going to be able to just exploit the shit out of that. So yeah, for this boss, all you have to do is run around and throw all the pots at the boss to start off with. That way you know exactly what kind of item drops you have to work with and you can plan everything ahead. And as well as, you know, you get a little damage by doing that. So you might as well get a little extra damage by throwing. Because that little bit of damage at the end can keep you alive when it's tight at the end and you don't have any more roulettes left. So it is good to get that little extra bit of health damage. It does pay off. And like I said, never backtrack to grab a pot. Always just run forward. Backtracking usually gets you hit on enemies and bosses. So just keep running in circles in the direction that you're facing. Don't try to backflip and get back to it. Eventually, you'll get it, and you'll get all these things thrown at the boss. So Do that. Now, I didn't get any good drops for this boss fight, but I had 4 roulettes. So now we're going to start doing the chain yankers. As usual, and when he's stunned again, do 2 yes ma'am kablams and cancel out of them. And you'll get 2 extractions. And then immediately hit circle to make sure you take advantage of that stun animation, get that stun damage. And then once that's done, and you have a full God Hand, usually, well, not a full God Hand, but, it's orange, you can use it, so. Use that again and just keep cycling that combo. And you pretty much don't even have to fight the boss directly, like a lot of the bosses in this game. The first few levels, you do have to fight everything, but once you get this shit. So yeah, you're just going to keep comboing this shit. I will have to fight him a little bit at the very end, but it's very brief. Some of these bosses I didn't even really learn how to fight that well because, I didn't have to. Once I figured this shit out. I think I also practiced these tricks on normal. Because I had to beat normal again. I beat it many years ago, but I had to play through it again to unlock hard on the emulator. Because I played it on the PS2 originally. So yeah, more of a fun fight, not difficult. But if you've gotten this far, you've done very well. There are going to be some very hard parts still left, but there's only one more stage. The final boss can be a big pain in the ass, and I'm going to recommend a rapid fire controller. But you're probably not going to have one for PS2 since they're so rare. If you're playing on an emulator, there's you can use a different controller, obviously, that has rapid fire. But I'm going to assume most people don't have it. Now, the only benefit of the rapid fire controller is forearm fatigue. My hands would pretty much go numb from all the button mashing I had to do because I died so many times on the final boss, and it's a super long endurance kind of fight. So that is the main exhaustion of the final boss. And it is hard as well, but I could deal with the difficulty. It was just that my forearms were going numb and I couldn't mash the button anymore. So I'd have to take a long break. So I used an old rapid fire controller that's very shitty quality. The analogs are pretty loose, but I did use it on God of War 2 on Titan many years ago on that ridiculous fucking game. And it did allow me to skip those stupid gate opening sequences where you have to mash the buttons. When you die hundreds of times, those things will wear out your arms. So yeah, stay tuned for the next video and I'll break everything down. And thanks for watching. Welcome to the final part of my hard tutorial for God Hand. And there was something I forgot to mention in the previous video about the Sensei boss fight. And I write about it in the description about using Shaolin Blast when all his clones are out and lining it up perfectly and you can kill him in one hit. I was unable to show that because I lost the footage years ago. So yeah, for this part, you're going to have some very hard fights. So, I'll try to break that down. A lot of times what's going to make this a lot easier is 2 tricks that I use. One is this Shaolin Blast. What I do here is I use the slow motion of the roulette mode, which you can cancel out of at any time if you don't want to use a roulette. But you can use it to slow everything down and line shit up. So what I do is I line all these enemies up in a row. And I use the Shaolin Blast. Now this takes out most nearly all the enemies in this area, in this initial wave. See, so now that's a lot of combat that you just avoided. So what you're going to want to try to do is, if you don't have the Shaolin Blast initially, you may die a lot to farm and try to get good item drops out of the barrels because it's random and changes each time. So you can just run around and break all the crates and hope that you get some good drops. Make things a lot easier. But that's a very good technique you can use on this level to clear out huge waves of enemies. And as I said, it's also extremely effective on that Sensei boss because you can Sensei, you can wait till all his clones come out and just line it so that they're all in a kind of a narrow width, so they're not too far spread out. And then use the Shaolin Blast or whatever and it'll kill them in one hit. So I didn't explain that in the last video because I forgot that I had lost that footage years ago. Of course, it does require that you have at least 3 roulette orbs. So you do need to have 3 roulette orbs for that boss to be able to do that. But there's probably a lot of item pickups in the arena. So it's probably not too hard to get 3 if you die enough. So yeah, you got plenty of room here to run around and lure guys out, throw boxes at them, and see what kind of pickups you can get, throw the weapons at them. You'll do a lot of damage with that. And if you use that blast move, you know, you're not going to have too much of a problem. You're not going to have that many enemies to deal with in this first area. Now, a little bit later in the boss rush area where it's all bosses towards the end, you do get saves between bosses, but you may be replaying some of the bosses to get better item drops for the next area if you're having trouble on a boss that comes after the one you just beat. You know, you may want to replay certain bosses. So I recommend definitely making multiple save slots towards this end part of the game, just to make sure if you want to redo an area to get better items. Because otherwise you can get in a tough spot where it's going to be a lot harder to deal with certain things. Especially the semi-final boss. Without a lot of roulette orbs, it can be a very long and tedious fight. So, you know, I recommend getting to him with 4 roulette orbs. At least have a full roulette if you can. So that gets rid of the first area. And I think this is the last area before you go to the boss rush. And this is a very tough area. And I got a demon that came out at the very end. I don't know if he always comes out at the end, if it's scripted or if it's a random thing, because some demons are randomized. But I'm thinking it's probably meant as kind of a boss to this area to, you know, to finish it off. So yeah, as usual, break all the boxes, throw shit at the guys if you want to damage them. It's good to see what you have available to work with. If you do have 3 roulette orbs, you can do another Shaolin Blast. And for that Shaolin Blast, you may need to farm a lot of money and buy it in the shop near the end of Stage 7. I think it might become available. I don't remember exactly how I got it at the time. But look out for that. And if you need to get all the money you need to buy it, because it's completely worth it. It makes things a lot easier on these last areas. It's worth getting just to deal with that, just to kill that Sensei boss or whatever, because he's super fucking annoying. He has tons of clones and they rush you. It's a very irritating fight, and you can take care of it very easily if you have that move. So yeah, just run around, see what kind of item pickups you can get. You can decide how you want to budget your shit for the next area, but I don't recommend being that conservative for this area because there's more item pickups that you can farm. You can basically commit suicide and keep picking up shit to try to get better drops. You know, it may take a little while, but you can do that too if you need to. I end up using Kung Fu Tango as my single roulette orb attack that I use on some single enemies because it hits the other enemies, and I think it's pretty powerful for a single orb attack, but I don't remember. I probably had a reason why I chose that one over other single orb attacks. Of course, if you look in your menus, you can see exactly how powerful each roulette attack is, and if it targets multiple enemies or one enemy. So it's worth checking through those and seeing what you like. I also like this move where you fall back and launch enemies, but I forgot what it's called. But I've been using that for the last few stages at this point, and I like it a lot because you can launch enemies back, but especially useful to launch the heavier enemies back because you can't use hand plant kick and launcher combo on the heavier guys. It doesn't work. And if you don't know, the hand plant kick launch combo is when you use hand plant kick and hit triangle immediately to launch the enemy. You can only use that on small enemies. But see, that fallback move launches large enemies back. And the great thing about that is it gets them off your ass because, you know, it's hard to deal with that many enemies at once, obviously. I'm mixing up hand plant kicks and that drunken fallback type of move. And I find that very effective at dealing with crowds of those large, difficult enemies. Of course, if you can isolate just one enemy and kill the rest, you can always farm the remaining enemy for God Hand by using hand plant kicks and just spamming hand plant kicks. And then doing a yes ma'am kablam move to extract God Hand when they're dizzy instead of... Well, you can still take advantage of the stun animation like when you hit circle and mash it, but you can get 2 yes ma'am kablam extractions to get your God Hand up, which you're going to want to bring into like different areas. I mean, for this, I like using it on the demon that appears at the end. I like saving my God Hand until the end and using it on the demon. But see, now I can farm this guy and just do hand plant kicks, which is a pretty safe way to fight when you have a single enemy most of the time. It's a very powerful, not powerful, very effective move because it always dodges high attacks. And then you can extract some God Hand meter, and now you can finish him off. It's good to get a full meter if you can, always. You should also have all your upgrades as far as your maximum health and all that shit, God Hand meter. And the 4 roulette orb slots. If you don't have that, you should have purchased it, you know, in the shop areas and farmed up some money on the casinos. So yeah, this God Hand, basically 2 uses, finishes off this demon, so there's no real fight. I think these ones are easier than the other faster demons that usually appear, but they do take a lot of hits. I usually try to save God Hands for demon encounters whenever I can in this game as a general rule. And bosses, of course. So yeah, you're not going to be able to bring this spear anywhere, so you don't have to carry that around. But you may want to grab whatever items. If you can get some more roulette orbs, it's going to be very useful, so just grab what you can get. I was just double checking because, you know, this game is very difficult, so it's good to have as many items as you can get. So I usually double check. Make sure I got everything. So yeah, there's a treasure chest on the left side around that door. I don't know if it always has the same thing, but here I got a good pickup of 2 roulette orbs. So that makes a big difference. I don't think there's anything on this side except... There's some pots, actually. So yeah, you can try to get a good drop out of the pots. Don't bother with the fairy, though, because you don't need to do any more challenges at this point. They're never really good anyway for money. As the casino is the best way. With the dog races, I like doing the best saving and loading. So yeah, now you have a save, which means you may be able to commit suicide again and again until you get the drops that you want for the bosses. Because you get a save between each one of these bosses in this level. So that is something to consider. You know, you can commit suicide, try to get better drops, obviously. I don't think the drops are fixed here. Usually they're random, but it's been a long fucking time. My strategies on the very final boss are a little rusty, too, because, like I said, I haven't fought him in probably like 2 years or more. So it's not going to be fresh. So yeah, in this part we're just fighting what seems to be a much more aggressive version of the gorilla in one of the early stages. It's pretty much the same fight, but he's just very fast and aggressive. But it's a very easy fight. You may not even want to use your chain yankers and all your roulette orbs and shit, but if you do, it's very easy using the chain yankers and, you know, extracting God Hand yet again, as we've been usually doing. It's a very simple fight for this game. Just make sure to backflip in time to dodge those crushes that he does. Yeah, it might be kind of fun to go back to this save again and do a new game plus run on hard with all the powerful moves. Just for the fuck of it, just to have a little fun. I think the Shaolin Blast can wipe out all those midgets in one shot if you line them up perfectly. So there would be some interesting things that you could do. So yeah, this is a very easy fight. I really did not need to use a chain yanker to finish him off. I don't know why I did that, but you know, hey, why not? Fuck it. Just waste everything. Who cares, right? I mean, it's not a hard game. I don't need all that shit. So yeah, now since this is edited, I edited deaths out in this tutorial. You know, it's possible that at times I redid boss fights or committed suicide multiple times to get better item drops. Or maybe, in this sense, maybe I reloaded the save or something, but it is possible that I did that to try to get better stuff for some of these fights, and that's not going to be shown, so keep that in mind if you're not getting good item drops. You may. I didn't get a great item drop there, but it's something. This part can be tough. That's why you may have wanted to save some stuff on the gorilla fight, because this part can be tough with these three fat guys that are really fast. But once you get it down to one fat guy, I'm going to recommend farming the last fat guy for God Hand meter, because you're going to want to use it on the pimp. And you can take the pimp out almost immediately with a full God Hand, so you're going to make things much easier if you get that God Hand full for this next fight coming up. So yeah, what I'm going to be doing here is mostly hand plant kicks because they're very good at dodging attacks. And I'm also going to be using that fallback move that launches enemies, because it does good damage when it does a full launch. It has to hit at a certain time frame to launch the guy, but it does it often enough, and it's great when it does. Because it pushes the fat guys back so they can't all group me as easily. So yeah, use your God Hand to take out at least two of these fat guys. Because you only need to have one fat guy left, which is the main boss fat guy, I believe. But you only need to have one of them left. I think he always has to be the last one left because he has the most health, and if you beat him... Well, maybe not. You may have to destroy all the fat guys no matter what. So yeah, just leave one of them. And now what you're going to do is just keep doing hand plant kicks. You pretty much want to do hand plant kicks only at this point. Because what we're trying to do here is farm this guy for God Hand, which is going to be extremely worthwhile. So if you do it enough times, he will go into a stun state. And then you can do these two extractions like we've been doing on all the bosses. I really probably didn't even need to take advantage of that other thing. But he had enough health to where I could take advantage of the stun animation and beat him up a little bit with it. But it would have been better to fill up my God meter bar first just to make sure. Because if he runs out of health, obviously you can't farm him anymore. It's a little tedious, but it's very easy to do, and it's going to be worth it because the next fight can be very hard if you don't go in with a full God Hand meter. Especially if you don't have any roulettes. So yeah, I have a decent meter here, so that's going to pay off in a big way on the next fight. Which what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the pimp and ignore the whip bitches. Go straight for the pimp and just take the pimp out first. Now I can't tell you exactly why I kill the pimp first because, like I said, it's been 2 years. I think the pimp is extremely annoying to deal with when the whip women are moving around. So I think that's why I prioritized him first. There's usually almost always a reason when I prioritize certain enemies first in combat scenarios, even though I don't remember exactly why. It's usually the result of many deaths, and there was usually a reason why I went through certain enemies first. So when watching the video, always keep that in mind, even if I don't mention it. So yeah, here I'm going to use the God Hand meter and just take the pimp out immediately. And you know, a full God Hand meter will basically wreck them. So if you can, try to line the camera up a little bit so that you punch the whip bitches too, because they're very hard to deal with as well. So if you can get extra damage on them, go for it. But if you have a full God Hand meter, then you're going to be able to use like 2 God Hand uses and take him out basically. Then you can deal with these women afterwards. Here I use an area of effect attack with the Typhoon Kick. It's always safe, I think, to use 1 roulette orb if you have 1, because when you die on a checkpoint, you always start with 1 roulette orb, I believe. So it's never really a waste if you want to use 1 of them. Though, yeah, no, it can be a waste, though, because, you know, if you had 2 of them, you could bring it to the next area, and it would, so yeah, maybe it can be a waste, I guess, to use it. I shouldn't say that. It would be better to have more roulette orbs for the next areas. Actually, after this, I noticed that I had 4 full roulette orbs for the boss fight. I'm thinking what probably happened was I probably went back and beat some of these bosses again without using items. And then, you know, roulettes. And then I probably just brought that into the Agnes fight, the semi-final boss. I'm guessing that's what I did to get the full roulette orbs. I think I remember having to do that. So that is something to consider. You know, you may want to be more conservative and redo these fights. That's why I recommend saving after each one of these boss fights, as I said. Make sure you make a save slot after each one, because you may want to go back a few encounters and be more conservative. Try to do better without wasting shit. It's going to be down to personal preference how well you can fight the boss without using, you know, chain yankers and shit. And what kind of item drops you get on the Agnes fight. Because if you get really good item drops, you won't need to go in there with 4 orbs. But, you know, it may be worth it because certain item drops are very rare and you'll be dying a lot before you get good item drops. It's a lot of luck. You'll get them eventually, most likely. But, you know, you maybe have to die a lot of times. This actually concludes that stage, but there's not really a stage after this. It's just 2 boss fights. Maybe it's technically stage 9, but, you know, I always thought of it as just 2 bosses. So, yeah, this boss is not hard if you get in here with full roulettes and God Hand. Somehow I got that shit for this fight. And like I said, I don't remember how I farmed it up. It would have been useful to have that information, obviously, but I beat this 2 years ago, so I don't remember everything. But yeah, ideally, you'd want to use your God Hand and your chain yankers on this guy and just wear him out that way. If you don't have chain yankers available and roulettes and all that shit, your second option, if you're not going to go back and get better stuff and come in, is to just throw all these vases at him and hope for good item drops. And the other option, of course, is to just, if you want to play it safe, try to fight him with mainly just hand plant kicks. And, you know, try to fight him that way and build your God Hand meter that way. It is very tedious, but they are a very reliable way to hit him and not get hit. So you can spam them. But it's really a lot better to come in here with good items. The final boss can be very difficult, and the hardest part for me with the final boss is that he has a shitload of health bars, and it takes very long. But what I did end up doing was using a rapid fire controller for that boss only, because my forearms would go completely numb and I couldn't even mash the buttons anymore. Because of, you know, I kept dying on it so many times and it's such a long fight. So in order for me to get another attempt on him, I'd have to wait for my forearms to fucking calm down. You know, eventually I would just be worn out. It's very button mashy, but there's also a lot of dodging and skill involved. It's just you have to mash the shit out of the button. So I recommend using a rapid fire controller for your punch button, your square combos. And of course having a very simple combo like just regular jabs basically, because any kind of attacks that you have in your combo that take long to wind up are not going to be effective on a lot of these kind of fights. So I would recommend using a rapid fire control, but most people are probably not going to have them available. You can, if you're playing on emulation like I am, you have access to all kinds of different controllers. I actually ended up using my old controller from God of War 2 on Titan mode, as I mentioned. And that's the controller I used to beat Titan mode. And that controller has really shitty analog sticks, very loose. It's a third-party controller, but the rapid fire was just so useful, even in God of War 2 on Titan, because there was all these button mashing sequences where you had to mash the button to open a fucking gate. And since I died on the bosses so many times, I had to redo those sequences so many times. And my arms were going numb back then, too. So, and this is even worse because you're mashing the entire final boss fight. So, it would be recommended, but you can beat it just by mashing the button. It's not any harder to do it when mashing the button. It's just more fatiguing to do it that way. But skill-wise, it's the same shit. It doesn't really make it easier as far as skill. The controller was actually worse, so it may have made it a little harder. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Towards the end here, you may still have to finish him off, but use your God hands and use the hand plant kicks to get in hits and eventually charge your God hand meter back up again. And that's it. I mean, it's really not too hard if you have good supplies. But this last guy, I think they give you a full roulette meter and a full God hand. So use double Shaolin immediately. It's a new move that you got. It's an upgraded version of Shaolin Blast. So just use the double Shaolin and then you're going to get good damage right off the beginning. And go into your God hand. Use that. You're going to be backflipping a lot to dodge most of this stuff. And sometimes I'm going to actually use that bobbing and weaving dodge where you flick the right analog stick upward, which I rarely ever use in the game, but I found it useful for certain parts of this fight. When he spits the fireballs, I find it very useful to dodge like that. So yeah, whenever you get him in a pummel state, you should actually extract God Hand off of him, which I didn't do that time for whatever reason. You should get 2 God Hand extractions and then do the pummel. It's the best way to do it. But yeah, dodge that shit, and just counter it. It can be a very difficult fight because he summons demons as well, and he has an area of effect attack where he crushes the ground, which I dodge here, but I don't remember exactly how to do it. I think I roll back at the right time, but it can be very tricky to dodge. Like I said, my information on fighting this guy is going to be not too good because I haven't played this in 2 years and I don't remember exactly everything, but you want to keep relentlessly comboing him and dodging his moves, which you're going to just have to learn how to dodge, his various moves. It's mostly backflipping at the right time, and for his fireballs, you're just going to do dodge and weave by mashing right analog stick up until he's done with the fireballs. And he's going to send out demons maybe at least twice during the fight, if not more. I guess it may depend, but at least twice during the fight, he's probably going to summon demons. So, luckily, they don't have the same amount of health as they would normally have when they appear regularly in the game, but they have much less health. And jump kicks actually seem to do a lot of damage to them and often launch them, doing huge damage. So if you keep jump kicking them, eventually you will probably get rid of them. And I think they drop decent items sometimes too, so pick up whatever they drop. That's the only item drops in this area is from the demons. So now we have 3 roulettes, so we're able to do another double Shaolin. So do that as soon as it's available, always. It does huge damage. I think it does more than a life bar of damage, but I'm not sure. But massive damage. So now you can charge up your God Hand bar. Again, if you want to charge it up fully, it's probably good to do that before using it. But now for these fireballs, actually, he didn't do them that time, or I interrupted it. But yeah, so my God Hand meter, I guess it was full enough. I just decided that I didn't want to deal with that attack, I guess. And, when you go into God Hand, you're invincible. So I just decided to use it there. So yeah, when he does these fireballs, you can stand in place and just mash up on the right analog stick, like I said, to do that bobbing and weaving dodge that I pretty much never use in the game. But I do think it's the best thing to use for that. Now, if you press circle at the right time, you can counter that move but I don't remember exactly how I did it. I don't know if I had to be positioned exactly a certain way or how to make that prompt appear. But if you're ready for it, you can hit circle and get that in. I'm not sure if I planned for that. But yeah, you know, use the up dodge for the fireballs, and then when he gets ready to flick you, you know, roll back. Same with the when he pounds the ground with his fist. Eventually, you will get used to the timing, and it'll become pretty normal after a while. The problem with practicing them a lot is that your arms are going to go fucking numb most likely. So that's the hardest part, really, because it's a very long fight. So yeah, after I almost kill him, he unfortunately summons a second wave of harder demons. So, you know, it did make the fight very close. It looks like if I would have got a little bit more damage, I may have been able to avoid the second wave. But I'm not sure if the game would let me do that. Probably. But so now we have to deal with these guys. So I recommend using jump kicks and just rolling back as usual. Just be aggressive with rolling back and then coming in for those running jump kicks. They can wipe you out fast. The demons are the most dangerous part of the fight. And he has a very dangerous area of effect attack where he slams the ground sometimes. I don't know if he may have tried to do it. It might have been the move that I countered, but like I said, I can't remember all the specifics. So yeah, after defeating these demons, you can just slap, you know, in my case, I'm able to just slap the boss around a few more times to finish him off. He was almost dead. I missed about like 3 punches or something. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So if you have any questions about any techniques or anything about the game, let me know and I'll tell you anything that I can remember. I always respond very quickly. So you see 999 continues, which means that I probably went well over 999 continues to beat the game. I'm guessing that's probably the max of the counter. So yeah, very hard fucking game, around, 34 hours at least. So 34 and a half hours, I think, is my final time when I totaled all my recorded footage, gameplay footage. Not including the casinos and all that shit. So probably closer to 40 hours. Thanks for watching.